This is the first edition in Africa. We know it would be difficult, but this is the spirit of a competition. This is the spirit of a challenge. Warm welcome to Morocco. Thank you very much. And we will start right now.
بالشعر الله الوطن الملك.
are in the world, thank you to connect to the WorldPower2X Summit 2020. This summit is organized by IRESEN and Mohammed VI University. My name is Salma Tazi, Director of IRESEN, and I'll be the moderator for today. First of all, I would like to thank speakers and chairman of Day 1 and Day 2, and special thanks to our host, Ayman Sharqawi, for this excellent moderation. We had the opportunity, indeed, to benefit from their high-level inputs and insights in the different sessions. We would like to thank our sponsors and partners, among them Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, who will be having a dedicated session just after this introduction. We would like to thank also all the participants who were watching us these 2 days. They have been more than 5,000. This event was supposed to be held physically in Marrakesh, but unfortunately we couldn't make it due to pandemic COVID. But we made sure that the experience of our attendees was almost as good as a real physical event. That's why we choose Hoping as a platform to broadcast this event. And as a reminder, you will be able to take advantage of this session and this platform by going on the left side of the screen and reach the networking sessions, to interact in one-to-one discussions, to visit exhibition area and go over the booth of our partners. So without any further ado, I leave the virtual floor to our partner Konrad Adenauer Stiftung for their dedicated session. The floor is yours, Dr. Jawad Al-Kharraz.
This introduction. Good morning, Sabah al-Khair. I'm Jawad Al-Kharraz. I've been working as head of research at the Middle East Desalination Research Center based in Oman for the last 5 years. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to this dedicated session to green hydrogen opportunities organized by Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, a REMENA program, in the framework of the WorldPower2X Summit 2020. On behalf of Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, I would like to thank our distinguished panelists and the audience, and of course, great thanks to the organizers of this summit, IRESEN, University Mohammed VI, and the Moroccan Ministry of Energy, Mines, and Environment. We will start our session that I will be moderating with the welcoming remarks of Mrs. Daniela Digelman. She is the head of Regional Program Energy Security and Climate Change, Middle East and North Africa, CAS REMENA. She is based in Rabat. REMENA focuses on resource security, energy, water, and mitigation and adaptation to the consequences of climate change. Daniela, the floor is yours.
Thank you for your very kind introduction, dear Jawad. At first, I'd like to thank and congratulate the organizers for this very successful first edition of the WorldPower2X Summit in 2020. Specifically, the Moroccan Research Institute for Solar Energy and New Energies with the General Director Badr Ikin, IRESEN, and the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University in Rabat as well. And of course, this is also possible with the support of the Ministry of Mines, Energy and Environment in Morocco. So thank you to all of you. And then a special thank you to you, dear Jawad, Dr. Jawad Al-Kharraz, for setting up today's panel and also for agreeing to moderate. And of course, our distinguished speakers for sharing their time and knowledge with us. And I was impressed to hear that we have had up to 5,000 viewers, so I hope we also can count up many of them right now, and would like to welcome all of you on behalf of Konrad Adenauer Stiftung and specifically our office based here in Rabat, the Regional Program for Energy Security and Climate Change in the Middle East and North Africa. So if we look around, we see everywhere in the world the growing potential of Power2X and green hydrogen. So it's no wonder that hydrogen is high on the agenda of many regions worldwide for securing their energy supply, especially when it comes to green hydrogen, as it offers the possibility to satisfy the growing energy needs in a carbon neutral way. Green hydrogen and Power2X are also a major interest in the European Union and Germany, as can be seen in the EU Green Deal or also in the German hydrogen strategy, which have already been in the focus of prior sessions of this virtual Power2X Summit. And as we all know, Germany and many other European countries will not be able to create sufficient green hydrogen to satisfy their energy needs, while other countries around the world, especially in Africa, but also beyond, possess the perfect conditions to create sufficient renewable energies based mainly on solar and wind power, so that they would be able to not only satisfy their own needs, but also export the surplus of their energy creation. And this opens the door for a variety of regional and international cooperation, which is already starting, and we've already seen it in the past year. And just to pick out one example, we can look at the case of Morocco and the European Union, especially Germany. And through institutions like GIZ and KfW, the German Bank for Reconstruction, in partnership with IRESEN and MASEN, also here in Morocco, there has already been a long-standing cooperation, accompanied by many other organizations from Germany, like the Moroccan Chamber of Commerce, and of course already also a lot of others, including the German industry. And this is why it's our pleasure as German political foundation, as Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, to join these efforts and to promote green hydrogen and Power-to-X as clean energy solutions on our path to a more carbon neutral future. And by working together internationally, each of us striving to fulfill our NDCs, our nationally determined contributions in the framework of the Paris Agreement. And we, as the regional program Energy Security and Climate Change, Middle East and North Africa, have already organized a number of dialogue events with Moroccan and Tunisian experts, for example, in Brussels and in Germany, including members of the European and German Parliament, and many other representatives from the political sphere and public and private sector, to just name a few. We at Konrad Adenauer Stiftung also have other regional programs who work on energy security and climate change worldwide. We have one office based in Kenya, working on sub-Saharan African countries, another one for Latin America based in Peru, and another one for Asia and the Pacific in Hong Kong. And they all work also strongly on the topic of Power-to-X and green hydrogen. And we're very glad to have our regional program from Sub-Saharan Africa represented in this panel as well, presenting the results of a study on green hydrogen opportunities in Sub-Saharan Africa. And if I'm informed well, this study has not been published yet, so we're very grateful that you share the results with us exclusively already in this panel in the World Power-to-X Summit. And we at Konrad Adenauer Stiftung will gladly continue this work together with strong partners all over the world, and especially in the region, like IRESEN, for example, who are at the forefront of developing new green hydrogen and Power-to-X facilities and scaling these up in order to make them bankable. We hope you will enjoy the contributions of our distinguished panelists and will have a lively debate with us afterwards. With this, I would like to conclude and give the word back to Dr. Jawad and leave the panel in his capable hands. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Daniela, for this insightful overview. So the objective of this session is to discuss what role green hydrogen can play and what opportunities it offers in the MENA, including GCC and sub-Saharan African countries, and which countries are better equipped for the development of a hydrogen economy, and how to improve the integration of hydrogen technology in securing energy access, with 5 renowned experts from Algeria, Egypt, Oman, UAE, and South Africa. We are going to explore what is the current focus of hydrogen development in the MENA and sub-Saharan African countries, macro context, political relevance, connection to other questions. What are the strategies to integrate the hydrogen economy into broader energy infrastructures? And what are the opportunities to implement the green hydrogen economy in the region and at the level of policies, technology development, and also market reforms? Hydrogen, as you know, has been increasingly under the spotlight in the last years, with great expectations of benefits from long-term energy storage to its ability to make optimal use of renewable energy sources. There is a huge demand based on the realization globally that the only way we can meet the Paris Agreement on climate change is that we must decarbonize on an industrial scale. And to do that, hydrogen is probably at the center of these efforts. Hydrogen, when produced from clean energy sources, has the potential to reduce carbon emissions from a range of sectors. One method of producing hydrogen is use electricity to electrolyze water, splitting it into hydrogen and oxygen. And if the electricity is sourced from renewables, this produces, obviously, the process produces no carbon. So the green hydrogen is key to the energy transition, possibly a pillar of decarbonization, and will become both a form of energy storage and a balancing tool for renewables. Green hydrogen produced with renewable electricity is projected to grow rapidly in the coming years. Many ongoing and planned project points in this direction. Hydrogen from renewable power is technically viable today and is quickly approaching economic competitiveness. This rising interest in this supply option is driven by the falling cost of renewable power, as you know, and by system integration challenges due to rising shares of variable renewable power supply. This focus on deployment and learning by doing to reduce electrolyzer costs and supply chain logistics, this will require funding. Policy makers should consider how to create legislative frameworks that facilitate hydrogen-based sector coupling. We are reaching an inflection point where green hydrogen could supply our energy needs, fuel our cars, heat our homes, and be used in industries that have no economically viable alternative to fossil fuels. The current size of the global hydrogen market stands at around 100 million tons per year. So with global sales of approximately 150 billion US dollars. The Hydrogen Council has a vision to generate $2.5 trillion of global revenue from both hydrogen and equipment sales, and probably reach around 18% of energy demand by 2050, which would require a 10-fold increase in demand. So today, the bulk of the globe's hydrogen is produced from fossil fuels, predominantly methane from natural gas. However, by replacing it with green hydrogen, this can help to lower industrial carbon intensity. In the Middle East, for example, hydrogen consumption had gone up from almost 67,000 million cubic meter in 2014 to almost 90,000 million cubic meter in 2019. The price of green hydrogen cost is around 3 to 4 euros per kilogram now, but could decrease to 1 euros per kilogram by 2030. In terms of technology options, I have a particular concern, if I can share it with you. There are now who are exploring hydrogen water climate nexus. The hydrogen production requires significant amount of high quality water. It is estimated that every kilogram of hydrogen produced requires 9 kilograms of water, both in the electrolysis, consumption of water, and in the fuel cell production of water. So in NEOMS, for example, the big Saudi project of $5 billion US dollars, hydrogen from desalination project in Saudi Arabia, they are planning to develop the use of renewable energy to desalinate water, which is then electrolyzed to create hydrogen. The impact of hydrogen production on water stress in different regions is important for evaluating the sustainability of large-scale hydrogen production and uses in various applications. So there is a need to develop regional water stress indices and scenarios to use in water supply and demand for large-scale hydrogen production. So obviously, in water-scarce areas like in the MENA region, for example, we need to take this into consideration. So this will help us in assessing the impact of large-scale production of hydrogen on regional water stress. So it's important, definitely, to assess the water consumption for hydrogen production, which includes water consumed by electrolysis and also upstream water consumption. So we will need hydrogen production pathways with low and no water consumption in water-stressed regions like MENA and sub-Saharan countries to reduce hydrogen water climate nexus pressures. Stanford University scientists recently have demonstrated there is a new way of separating hydrogen and oxygen gas from seawater via electricity. I think this is still challenging, technology talking, but I think there is a lot of promises in this research line. So with the power turns on, hydrogen gas is released out of a negative end, the cathode, and oxygen emerges from the positive end, the anode. However, negatively charged chloride in seawater salt can corrode the positive end, limiting the system lifespan. So the use of seawater and renewable energy sources will be key to reducing hydrogen water climate nexus pressure. So I will now pass the floor to the first speaker of this session, Dr. Mustafa Taumi, who is energy technology expert at the European Union GCC Clean Energy Technology Network based in the UAE. He has been leading renewable energy and energy efficiency project and technology deployment for over 35 years. He has conducted numerous feasibility and planning studies, building program, and has also implemented projects on the ground. And he assisted local institutions to develop strategic plans in sustainable energy. He conducted also numerous seminars and training workshops concerning the use of renewables, energy efficiency, and many other programs. So Dr. Taumi, He's Moroccan, by the way, so I'm very proud that he's also from my city, Tetouan. And thank you so much, Dr. Mustafa, for your availability. So the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jawad, for this kind introduction and also insightful, briefing on the hydrogen and its application in the region. Thank you, Daniela, for giving also me this opportunity to be with us. So good morning, everybody, dear colleagues. I want to share with you some slides just to highlight some aspect of the hydrogen. So we all know that since the Paris Agreement, as Daniela and Dr. Jawad also mentioned, that energy transition have gained traction around the world. So efforts are underway in many countries in Europe, in MENA region, across the world to advance the green economy concept and reduce the carbon footprint in all the sectors. Renewables are one of the solutions that countries can take benefit, because our region, especially MENA region, is blessed with huge solar and wind and other renewables resources. But where we are in this aspect of energy transition, right now renewables are just at 30.5% in the energy supply mix. So with the combination with hydro, biofuels, waste, but also solar and geothermal, less than 2% regarding those resources. So still the energy supply is based on coal, oil, and natural gas. Regarding the sectorial consumption of renewables, we have the electricity plants, the power sector, and also the residential and public, including the heating and and cooking. This is also to have to be mentioned, because countries, they are using also renewables for cooking. And we have also the transport behind, and industry just at 10%. In MENA region, we have reached in 2018 7% of renewables in the electricity mix, and globally the average is 33%. So MENA region is behind the world average. For many reasons, because there are a lot of countries like Morocco, like UAE, Saudi, Jordan, Egypt, they are doing a lot of effort, but other countries, unfortunately, they are still, at the inception phase. So solar, PV, and wind are the key drivers. That is for sure. But renewables, has to be highlighted. The share of renewables in the building, transportation industry lag far behind its potential. So an acceleration of renewables in all sectors will be needed to achieve the Paris Agreement. How we can do it? We can do it with green hydrogen. So huge potential for developing green hydrogen combined with renewables will provide solutions that can be applied for those sectors, which account for large percentages of harmful emissions. We don't have to, we have to remember this every time. So the role of hydrogen in the energy transition, as I said, we can use it, as also Dr. Jawad mentioned, we can use it in transportation, in industry, energy usages, and also in buildings for heating, for power, for cooling, why not? And as a feedstock. That will help, to accelerate this transition and to carbonize all the sector of the economy. So yes, green hydrogen, yes. Right now, I think there is a recent publication. It's dated last week from IRESEN. It's very insightful publication. They showed a lot of figures on green hydrogen. But I wanted just to share with you this figure showing the cost of green hydrogen. The cost of green hydrogen depends largely on the electrolyzer system cost, on the electricity price, and operating cost, hours, or the capacity factor. if we want to have green hydrogen, a cost of the green hydrogen competitive, at least with the gray hydrogen. So just giving you an example, with 1.5 euros per kilogram, the capacity factor have to be more than 3,000 hours. The LCOE for renewables have to be less than 16.54 euros per megawatt hours, and the cost of the electrolyzer at least equal to 165 euros per kilowatt. So that is the investment of electrolyzer. I think is the main issue, is how to bring down the cost of electrolyzer, because for renewables, we know that in UAE last time we had a solar deal record with 11.25. So the cost of renewables is not an issue. So most of our efforts have to be, focused on how to bring down the electrolyzer cost, and also to have a more efficient electrolyzer that can, work with more than 3,000 hours per year. So many initiatives that are, in the region that I think will drive the regional energy market integration. That is very important to have this, this regional framework, as in the Mediterranean, between Europe and MENA. There's a lot of strategic cooperation on energy, and hydrogen can further this cooperation. Hydrogen Europe, which is, a recent initiative coming from the industry, hydrogen industry in Europe, is targeting to have by 40 gigawatt by 2030 installed in Europe, but also in North Africa, in the MENA region and Ukraine. And the main aims is to reduce the cost, but also to cover as an export a part of the EU hydrogen market by 2030. In Saudi Arabia, I think this is very important, and Dr. Jawad mentioned it, is this kind of integrated frameworks or initiative projects that can be developed in MENA region. This NEOM is like a city, hydrogen city, green city of the size of Belgium, and the investment is very huge. It's 500 billion of dollars. And can be powered by renewables, by 100% of renewables. It's roughly 10 to 15 gigawatt. And given the ability of competitive and low-cost renewables in the region, NEOM can produce green hydrogen at scale for local, and world market, and can be, easily exported to Europe. This is, just to give you an overview about this this initiative as an integrated platform with all the facilities and logistics. Strategy in the MENA, I am saying that Morocco is doing a lot of effort. UAE, Oman, Egypt also, they are looking forward. We have also to support this regional initiative like this one, that we are at the EU GCC Clean Energy Network, member of this MENA Hydrogen Alliance, which is, a platform of exchange of knowledge, but also they can support, countries to further their hydrogen.
Dr. Mustafa, sorry for
in
interrupting
conclusion,
you.
Yes, in conclusion,
just one minute if you could. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That we have also to see, hydrogen integrated in this holistic framework for energy transition, because without those technology support like energy efficiency, storage, smart grids, I'm not sure that we can succeed with this energy transition. So we can talk about this for days, but that is the reality, because we are going with smart technologies for the future. But also we have to develop, and implement a clear, flexible, and inclusive policies along with long-term achievable targets. We have to be clear that without policy, without a clear strategy, including phasing out fossil fuels because we are looking for competitive hydrogen, and we have also to see how to develop this warranty of origin, because hydrogen we can have it from a gray hydrogen, but how to follow this green hydrogen in the market. And we have to also promote those green hydrogen market niches as for heating and cooling, transportation, shipping, aviation, long-term storage. That is from my side for the moment. I would like to thank you once again, and if you have a question, I'm here to answer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mustafa, for making it in exactly on 10 minutes. Thank you so much for covering all those aspects of energy transition with examples and figures from Europe, UAE, North Africa, and also the announcement of strategies in a couple of countries with very pertinent recommendations. So we will come back to this hopefully at the end of the presentations. So now, again, thank you very much, Dr. Mustafa. I will pass now to the second speaker, Dr. Majid Mahmoud from Egypt. He is the acting executive director of the Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, RECRE. He has multidisciplinary technical expertise and a solid record of accomplishments in the fields of sustainable energy transition in the Egyptian, Arab, and African arenas. Dr. Mahmoud played a key role in helping RECRE's 17 Arab MENA country members in the formulation of renewable energy strategies and prospective implementation mechanism for increased reliance in private sector. He contributed also to shaping concrete national and regional initiatives. Thank you so much, Dr. Majid, for your time. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and it's a pleasure being with you today. In fact, I have been listening yesterday for the presentation and the session, and the insights that are provided are really important to discuss and to, in fact, shed the light on the future of these important issues of Power to X and the green hydrogen we are discussing today. And coming from a regional institution, this is RECRE, the Regional Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency. In fact, we have been working over the past 12 years on understanding and, in fact, stimulating the markets for renewable energy and energy efficiency. And when we are discussing the green hydrogen, we are discussing two issues: the hydrogen production on the electrolysis, and Dr. Mustafa shed the light on the importance of reducing the costs for electrolyzers, and then this would improve the overall cost of green hydrogen. But on the other side, you need to ensure that you have enough supply from renewables that would create the resource. And you, Dr. Jawad, in fact, highlighted one important issue, which is the availability of water, high quality water. And this is another dimension that when we are discussing the nexus, we need to take care of. In fact, coming from Africa, I'm Egyptian, as you said, and coming from Africa, we have an African proverb saying that if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And in fact, this is for the green hydrogen. If we would like to go for a horizon of promises for green hydrogen, we need to go, in fact, together. And going together means that we need to address different issues. And I have some ideas to share with you. First of all, we are thinking of hydrogen as a way of resilience, improving the abilities of Arab countries, in fact, to sustain, to adapt for the future. And already we have this track record of being fuel importers, heavy industry, also cement industry, steel industry, and so on. We have this track record as Arab nations. And we have the credibility in the international market. We are also drivers for the international market. And in fact, when we look into the issue of hydrogen itself, green or blue, I wouldn't call the gray one. I would only focus on the green and blue. If you look into these two ways of producing hydrogen, we are just expanding our portfolios so that we are offering, beside the conventional fuel, we are offering a new market-driven, green, sustainable, clean solution fuel. And even when we speak about green molecules that we have been hearing all the last couple of days and even for the last year, when we are speaking about exporting even the green industries, we are speaking about another value addition to the region. And this would be the motivation. That message that we are all should convey, that we are not in competition with conventionals right now. We are trying to transform the market, keeping the best of the existing markets and moving ahead with these markets into a new future, which is more green, which is more sustainable, which can be, in fact, better in quality of living for our children and the coming generations. This is the reality. We need all to commit to that. And the other side that we need to, in fact, think when we are speaking about green hydrogen on the response of our in the existing industries in the Arab region. And here I would like to focus on the emerging natural gas industry. You know that, for example, Egypt is hosting the organization now for the Eastern countries, that Middle Eastern countries that are exporting natural gas. And we don't want to show this as a conflict between renewables and natural gas and conventional. It is not the case. In fact, there is a plenty of room for all to work. Even within the region, it's not only for the export. Of course, we have heard about the excellent and in fact, I would say the inspiring strategies of Germany and Europe on the hydrogen, but also our internal demand is growing 3% each year. And we have a space in different countries. I'm not speaking only about the Gulf countries, but here we are speaking about 22 Arab countries that, and also African countries, sub-Saharan Africa, that in a need for energy and growth and improving the economic situation and improving the socio-economic dimension. And when we are thinking of that, we need to discuss the response of the conventional industry, the natural gas industry and the oil industry. And in fact, we need to bring them on board with us. And this is what we are noticing now. That, for example, the natural gas industry is the one that is equipped to, in fact, work with us in this track of green hydrogen. For example, the blending of hydrogen I see as one of hydrogen with the natural gas is one of the short-term actions that we can all adopt, and this would increase the market gradually, as Dr. Mustafa said, that we need to move with the market faster. Also, here comes the missing link. The missing link of the regulatory side of the equation. In fact, all the Arab countries that have achieved substantial growth in renewable energy, for example, Morocco, Egypt, Emirates, Jordan, and so on, Tunisia, Algeria, they have adopted a good, robust legal framework and regulatory framework, and a conducive environment for investments that attracted not only investors, but also international financing institutions to support the growth. So this regulatory framework is not that much clear right now. The business model to be adopted. We are hearing a lot about government investments, but now we need, similar to the Moroccan experience in renewable energy and the Egyptian experience in solar energy in Benban, for example, the largest PV field in Africa, and Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum in Emirates. All of these are driven by concrete legal regulatory framework and good public-private partnerships. And this is what really brought the price down. Not only the climatic condition, that the abundant solar and wind or the vast land and the technology, of course, that the lower cost of the technology, but the business model that helped to reduce the risks, to de-risk the investments. And here we need to think about the two sides that I said at the beginning. The first side is the renewable energy projects to be established. And in fact, I see this as a good opportunity for us, because all the Arab countries right now, when we accumulated the targets up to 2035, officially announced target, all over the Arab region, we have seen that there is more than 190,000 megawatts of new renewables will be installed in the region. 190,000, more than 50 gigawatts in Egypt, 54 in fact, gigawatts of renewables. In Saudi Arabia, 59 gigawatts. In Algeria, 20 gigawatts, and so on. Huge numbers. Even in Djibouti and Somalia and Mauritania, and these would say least developed Arab countries, they have ambitious plans of even 100% renewables in a country like Djibouti. And bringing all the pieces together, we are thinking of green hydrogen not only for exporting fuel, but also for, in fact, greening the national industry, for, in fact, giving additional opportunity for economic growth within the country. And thinking on the entire energy mix, we know that at least one third of our consumption of fuel is going into the transport sector. And here comes again the role of hydrogen. Greening the transport sector is one of the priorities all over the region. But how to do that is an issue. And In fact, I'd like to quote Churchill here during the World War II. He said that if we fail to plan, we plan to fail. And now the missing element, the missing link is planning correctly, not just targets, but planning correctly for the growth of the track of renewable electricity and for the growth of the track of hydrogen production on the other hand, whether it as blue hydrogen with carbon capture and sequestration technologies or green hydrogen with renewable technologies. And these are some of the elements that I wanted to shed the light on. There are other elements, of course, that each country has to decide its own track. And here, I very much commend the Moroccan approach, thinking about the ammonia as a product, the concept of having a product that you can export easily. And also, I here welcome very much the strategy and the European Commission and the Union, because they are now, in fact, bridging one of the gaps that has been existing before through Article 9 in the Directive of Renewable Energy. Previously, we were not allowed to export products. I assume now we have the possibility to export products, hydrogen, and even green industries from the green hydrogen.
Dr. Majid, if you can conclude, please. Thank you so much.
I have shared all the thoughts that I wanted to share with you today. And really what I want to say that we can achieve a lot together. There are a lot of potentials. We need to de-risk the investments. This is one area. We need to plan very well for the future. And there is now a movement within the Arab countries led by the Arab League to have an Arab strategy for hydrogen. We are exploring that right now. This was a decision that was adopted by the League of Arab States Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency Expert meeting held just last week. So we are moving in the same direction. Hopefully would come with a new thing within the coming few months that would put the Arab region in general in a good position in this promising market. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Majid, for this very rich intervention covering the interlinks with the renewable energy market as a key component of the green hydrogen aspiration and the different challenges facing the ambitious targets announced, and also talking about the possibility of having an Arab strategy for the hydrogen. Thank you so much again. Hopefully, we can still have you, but obviously if you have another meeting to join, there is no problem. So thank you so much for your time. So now I will pass the floor to the third speaker from Oman, Dr. Abdullah Al-Abri. He is the Executive Director of IJAD. He holds a doctorate degree in petroleum engineering from the Carleton University of Technology, Australia. He started his career as a lecturer at the Central Institute of Technology in Australia, teaching production technology, reservoir engineering, and field appraisal and economics. He joined Woodside Energy in 2008 to work on field development and economics. He joined PDO, which is the biggest oil company in Oman, to leverage expertise on field development and business planning, as well as lead the company's effort around R&D and energy transitioning. He was appointed as the director of IJAD Strategic Initiative in the Sultanate of Oman, that was created to focus on technology development and innovation. So Dr. Abdullah, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jawad, for having me, and I'm really pleased to participate and share some perspectives on the efforts in Oman on the hydrogen domain. But before I do so, I want to emphasize the larger global landscape of what's going on and the economic, political, social, but also environmental challenges that the world is facing. On the environmental challenges, countries around the world realize that something has to be done to really contain the greenhouse gas emissions. Today, on average, the world Today, on average, the world is releasing in the order of 44 gigatons of CO2 equivalent every year. That's a lot of CO2 going to the atmosphere. That's what's causing some of the pandemics and the global warming and the such. A lot of countries around the world, though, are seeing that hydrogen can play a big part in this energy transition, and achieving the net zero. The countries are seeing that 40 to 60% of the gap between the RTS and the 2DS, which is the 2 degrees target that was featuring in the Paris Agreement that all the countries have signed, should be closed or should come. 40 to 60% of that substitution should come from the hydrogen. A lot of countries are considering heating networks with the hydrogen, so blending the hydrogen in part or in full, with the natural gas.
Dr. Abdullah, could you please put your camera on if you don't mind? That's for, we are mainstreaming this in the platform, so I would be grateful.
I have some issues. With the camera, so
that's fine.
Okay?
That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah. So a lot of countries around the world are really seeing the hydrogen as the promising solution to really address the global warming and the greenhouse gas emissions. As I said previously, it's 40 to 60% of the targets that in the countries that we've explored, including Oman, some of the GCC, the MENA region, and globally, including the EU, that are really targeting to really close the gap between the RTS and the 2DS, the 2 degrees target of the Paris Agreement. So there is an aspiration, I would say, to transition, and there's a necessity in that respect. The global has not so many choices to really go towards achieving these targets, but to move into the hydrogen as one of the really promising solutions. Oman is part of that world, and Oman's drive towards energy transition has started many years back. There is lots of projects going on for power generation in Oman. There is currently a target within the government to go for 11% of the power generated in Oman that should come from renewables by 2023, and the projects are really going on. The projects range from 100 megawatts to all the way to the gigawatt scale. On the Power-to-X, the companies, corporations that are working within the energy domain in Oman have really been pioneering some of the aspects. So talking, for example, about the steam generation, we have the Mir'a project that sits in the south of Oman. It's one of the biggest in the world, and the intention is to create steam from renewables. So whereby saving a lot of CO2 tonnage into the atmosphere, but also saving the natural gas, and of course contributing to the establishment of the renewable energy and renewable businesses in Oman at large. So such projects are taking place to generate the steam. Also, other projects are really taking place for heat generation and heat substitution. After all, 74% of the industrial energy requirements in the GCC is not power, but heat. So that's a lot of consumption for the heat. And there's a lot of potential to use hydrogen-based boilers or hydrogen solutions to really supply some of the low range or mid-low or high-low temperature ranges of the processes within industry from hydrogen. The third thing that we've looked at, which can be evolved, which is taking shape so quick, is to focus on the hydrogen as gaseous hydrogen. So besides what I've discussed initially, the renewables at large, using the PV cells to generate power, and then moving to the Power-to-X, I've talked about the heat and the steam. Part of the Power-to-X is the hydrogen. Now the hydrogen is seen in Oman as a different ballgame because we are seeing this as one of the potential new economic engines to the government for many reasons. A, for the dedication to energy transition, and be an active player in the global targets of reducing the greenhouse gas emissions, but also for having the world-class renewable energy sources, very established politics, established energy production and export industry, the access to world-class ports and shipment routes. Oman sits in a very hot logistical place that is approachable and open to the deep seas. And of course, the proximity to key international markets, whether you're talking about the Far East, the Central Asia, European markets, but also within the local consumption. Oman today is the third biggest consumer of hydrogen in the region. So we've got a lot of expertise, whether they're technical, commercial, export business, on the hydrogen. Yes, it's predominantly coming from the gray hydrogen, but the transition is seen or the basis for transition is already there, technical, commercial, and of course, culturally, socially, it's already established. So to really drive the hydrogen business in Oman, IJAD, which is a strategic initiative that is established in Oman to really integrate the government with the academia and research institutions, and also the industry, is now being tasked by the Ministry of Energy and Minerals to lead the establishment of the energy strategy and roadmap for Oman. And we are working with some 30 stakeholders, local and international, to look for the potential of hydrogen locally, and there's big demand for it. And the easiest thing to do is blending it with the natural gas, as was said by the speaker before me. So that's the easy solution. We are doing the economics, and it's it's feasible, driven by the massive reduction in the power generation costs that is coming. That is mainly driven by the reduction in the cost of renewables from PV cells. We've seen something like 60 to 70% reduction in the cost of PV cells in the region. So that's something that we're looking at. We're looking also into the production of ammonia for the local use, but also for exports. We're looking for the green production of methanol for the local use and for exports. We're working, as I said previously, with 30 stakeholders that are covering many parts of the Far East, but also the European Union, and looking into what could be the potential, whether the hydrogen products or the products that can be generated from green hydrogen, which is, for example, green steel or green aluminum. The scope is big, and the intention is that, and the approach is that we develop the strategy in collaboration with the stakeholders. So after all, we wanted to be really a key player and establish the strategy on a win-win basis. It's not predominantly driven by Oman itself, but Oman along with the local and international stakeholders. And then this industry is really taking a big part of it, big part of this strategy, so that they can also, attach in their value drivers, their incentives, their requirements into the policies and regulations. The strategy is now anticipated to be launched.
If you could, Dr. Abdullah, conclude, I would be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. So the strategy is now, planned to be launched by mid-year next year. But the projects on the ground, the continuity with the projects and the scoping continues in Oman. And those projects will be used as a benchmark to the strategy, for the hydrogen for Oman. But the opportunities are huge as we see it today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abdullah, and sorry for all the panelists because we are behind the schedule. That's why I'm trying to be strict in terms of time. Thank you very much for this insightful talk covering the plans in Oman to develop this green hydrogen economy, and also the role of IJAD, which is a very nice and strategic platform gathering industry and research institutes and universities to work on different aspects of technology, in particular also aspects of related to green hydrogen deployment, hopefully. So thank you again, Dr. Abdullah. Hopefully we can come back to some points mentioned in your talk in the Q&A session. So now I will give the floor to our fourth speaker, Dr. Siham Bintwati. She is currently the Managing Director of Nafas International, based in Oman, a technology, innovation, and business consultancy company focusing on sustainable energy and water, founded in October 2015. Prior to this, Dr. Siham worked for Petroleum Development Oman, PDO, for 8 years, starting as a surface technology advisor, then as a technology manager, facilitating the introduction of new technologies and learning related processes. The last position was the R&D and technology lead within the in-country value directorate. And before the oil and gas sector, she worked for Rolls-Royce Group in the UK and in the Nordic countries. So the floor is yours, Dr. Siham. So you have 10 minutes maximum. Thank you very much.
Shukran, Dr. Jawad. Salam alaikum. Good morning, good afternoon, depends where you guys are. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. The problem with going after so many great speakers is they've said it almost all. So let me see what I can do to hopefully complement rather than repeat, and hopefully that will save you a few minutes also, Dr. Jawad. So let me just go back to basics then, so that I don't repeat what was said. So since we're talking about green hydrogen opportunities, so I would like to go back to basics and look at the first two components that will actually make the green hydrogen feasible or not, before all the other very important items that Dr. Mustafa has mentioned. So of course, if we want to have green hydrogen, we must have renewable energy and we must have water. And then of course, all the other very important items. But these are the first two basic components. So if we look at those two items within the Arab region context, so although the Arab region is really made of many sub-regions that are very different, one thing they have in common is the potential that they have for renewable energy. There is a lot of potential both for solar. So if you look across the Arab region, we have many regions that have up to 7.5 kilowatt hour per square meter per day of direct normal irradiation. We have many countries that have almost wind speeds of almost 10 meters per second. So from the first major component of renewable energy, the Arab region has really huge potential. And many of the speakers have mentioned collaboration, which of course is very, very important. So if we collaborate at a regional level and complement each other, we can achieve the economy of scale, which is crucial to reducing the cost and hence enabling this green hydrogen even more. So you can see from the first major component of renewable energy, certainly there is huge potential. Whether it's solar or wind or even some other energies in other countries. The second part of my two components, which is the water, I hear, of course, Dr. Jawad is talking about maybe thinking of using seawater. I think also Dr. Meg talked about the water. So me being a technology geek, I call myself sometimes, I like to challenge people on technology. In the region, for example, we have a lot of what we call produced water that comes with the oil and gas. So for example, in some countries, you have 9 to 10 barrels of water coming with every barrel of oil, half of which we have to dispose of. Is that not an opportunity for, again, regional collaboration to see, can we use this water with the electrolyzers, since we are doing research, trying to improve things, trying to lower the cost? This is a huge opportunity, because that will then complement the potential we have with renewable energy. And if you look across the region, many countries are oil and gas producers and have that what we call a problem of water that we could turn into actually an opportunity rather than keep thinking of it as a problem. Of course, there is a lot of work before looking at what we can do with the water, but this electrolysis part is really another good opportunity to think, can we come together and do research at being able to clean that water to the level that the electrolyzers can actually accept it, or the other way around, can we develop electrolyzers that can actually work with that kind of water? For other countries, then we can maybe look at seawater, but the challenge I want to put is, let's see what we can do with the water that is already kind of looking for something to be done with. And that's huge. I mean, if you look, I take example for Oman only, that's about 5 million barrels a day of water. So, of course, some of it is being used for different things, but that's only one country out of, 22 or something Arab countries. So it's quite a big opportunity. So that's the first thing that I wanted to mention. So again, collaboration is key to making this happen. The other thing, if we look, of course, at what is required for making green hydrogen, is the skills from people. So the skills, of course, is very important, because if you don't have that, then you cannot have sustainable business. You can rely on others only for so long. And then, so again, we have a lot of young people, have a lot of universities, a lot of collaborations now with different institutions. So skill development and capacity building, again, there's a good potential to prepare to be able to really make this a reality. The other aspect also, which is again applicable in many countries in the Arab region, is I think Dr. Magid touched on this a little bit, is that many of these countries have a lot of experience with dealing with hydrocarbons, with hazardous material, in terms of handling, in terms of transport, using pipelines, trucks, ships. So this is huge experience that we can actually use in creating this hydrogen economy. So we don't have to start from scratch. So that's another aspect that the region, or at least some countries in the region, have that they could actually utilize. So this is, in general, kind of opportunities that I'm just looking to make sure that I covered everything without repeating. Yeah, so I think the many speakers have talked before about what's going on in the region. So there is a lot of interest, a lot of activities, maybe not huge projects yet, but there is a lot going on. So I think we are really expecting good opportunities and good future for hydrogen. If I zoom in a little bit now to Algeria, because I did say I will talk about Algeria, one interesting fact about Algeria is the first solar hydrogen for Atlas, Solar Hydrogen Atlas for Algeria, was done at the CDER in 2009, which I thought was very interesting. And in that atlas, because of course Algeria being as big as it is, it's quite a big job that these guys did. And what they found, let me just find the right number, is that actually across Algeria, the potential for generating hydrogen using solar energy, of course, there's assumption for what kind of photovoltaics, what kind of tilt angle, etc. But the potential across the country is going from 78 liters per square meter per day, all the way to 117 liters per square meter per day. So there is a huge potential for generating green hydrogen across the whole country, not only the desert area. So talking about the desert area, of course, that is a big potential for Algeria. At least 80%, I think, is part of the Grand Sahara. So just like Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, Libya, etc., there is a huge potential there for solar energy. And I think you all know the statistics. 8% of the desert of the Sahara, if you cover it with solar energy, you provide energy for the whole world. So that is there a big opportunity. Dr. Mustafa, I think, talked about the revival of Desertec as Desertec 3.0. So instead of sending electricity, we would be sending hydrogen. So that's a good one extra thing that works for Algeria maybe is the fact that Algeria having a really developed gas network domestically can use what Dr. Magid and Dr. Abdullah mentioned about blending of hydrogen. So we can, if we don't go for a very high percentage of blending, we can already start using the hydrogen in the existing gas network almost with no change to the infrastructure. So there is a big opportunity there because I know that in Algeria, practically everybody has got natural gas at home. And it's not with bottles, it's actually a network that is well established. So if the country decides to provide hydrogen for fuel, then the network is already there for blending. And we know that hydrogen has a higher calorific value of 3 times that of natural gas. So you will be offsetting a lot of gas that you can use for something else. I saw that actually only last week or the week before, Algeria issued its, what is it called? The Energy Transition for Algeria, which unfortunately has nothing about hydrogen, which I was a little bit disappointed to see. But but experts do say that between 2030 and 2040, we're expecting to see hydrogen kind of big time in Algeria. But why I mentioned this document is because, as Dr. Mustafa clearly rightly said, but also Dr. Magid, the policy of the decision makers is key. So Algeria is a great example where everything is there. All you need is the right decision to be made. And then all the components come together. So I think with that, I conclude that by saying that the whole region, including Algeria, have huge potential, but we need the right, of course, policies and really to come together and work together.
Thank you so much, Dr. Siham, for this insightful talk, especially that you gave many recommendations and also the information about the plans in Algeria. And it's pity, obviously, that hydrogen is not included in the energy transition policy, but probably it's a question of time, maybe, as you said. And also the issue of produced water, which is very important, I think you should highlight on, because in the Gulf countries and all the countries producer of oil, there is a big issue. In Oman, for example, with each barrel of water extracted, we have 9 barrels of water extracted with the oil barrel. So this is huge. So the first producer of water in Oman is the PDO, the oil company. So obviously there are some solutions dealing with this water to treat it, which is not easy, but still there are some solutions, but is not obviously treating the whole water. So I think this possibility that you mentioned, Dr. Siham, is a very challenging issue. It could be probably a very good topic for people working in research to develop probably solutions and take advantage of this water for hydrogen, at the same time providing solution for this challenging issue of producing water. So thanks again, Dr. Siham. I will pass the floor now to the last speaker. We have Dr. Stanley Similane from South Africa. He's a senior researcher at the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, Integrated Energy Center. He currently works at the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, where his research includes energy industry development, integration of SMEs into the renewable energy value chain, manufacturing of renewable energy components in South Africa, localization, and circular economy research, energy transition, and low carbon development. So he will probably talk also about a study that he carried out recently with Konrad Adenauer Stiftung. So I'm very, looking forward to listening to you. Thank you very much, Dr. Stanley. The floor is yours. If you can unmute yourself, Dr. Stanley. We don't hear you. If you can unmute yourself.
Good morning, colleagues. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we do. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Can you see my presentation from your side?
Yes, we do. Yeah.
Okay, fine. Thank you so much.
Mr. Stanley, go ahead in the display setting, mirror the display so we can see you in full screen mode. Display setting in the top of your screen.
Yes.
On the left.
Yes.
No, the other one. Exactly this one. Thank you.
Thank you. So yeah, thanks so much. I'm just gonna be brief. So I want to share. So basically, I'm going to share the study that we did, which was looking at possibilities of hydrogen in the sub-Saharan region. So mainly because of time, I was given 10 minutes. I want to talk about 3 things. And probably I've listened to everyone that has spoken, and it seems there is a common theme in terms of what are the opportunities for hydrogen development throughout the African continent. So these are the 3 things I'm gonna really focus on. So the first thing that I want to touch on is the electrification status in the sub-Saharan region. So it realized that there's about 620 million people that still live without access to electricity. So hydrogen has a role before you even think about the export market, just to advance the electrification status quo of the region. That's one. Number 2, from 2000 until now, access has increased to about 145 million, but because of the population growth, there's about 100 million plus people that do not have access to electricity. That gives you a net, if you like, of net electrification since 2000 of about 45 million. So I see hydrogen playing a critical role with regards to electrification in the region. That's one. And yeah, there are other opportunities. So this is just to I'm sharing the demand. So this is the hydrogen demand globally, and you see the trend is going up. So there's been an increase. Of course, there are products such as ammonia and methanol that could be produced. But generally, if we think from the South African context, for example, most of our electricity is produced from coal, and we started to transition to renewables. And there are some challenges. We do have some of the greatest resources in the world, competitive in terms of the solar and wind, but there are challenges. There are some challenges in terms of how to deploy that and how to optimize opportunities of making sure that as you transition, there are benefits that the potential benefits are optimized. And if I can just give a brief example, is you'd hear South Africans talking about a coal mine that will be there for 30 years supplying coal into a coal power stations, whereas you cannot mine the sun and you cannot mine the wind. So in this case, how do you optimize the opportunities? Hence, I also want to talk about localization opportunities in terms of then how do you start to manufacture some of these components. And you find that in terms of the IP, some countries in Europe, China, they've already advanced in terms of some of these technologies that you utilize to generate renewables particularly. So yeah, here I'm just taking you through, I took this directly from the study, and maybe we can focus on the African continent to see hydrogen could be produced between 1.8 to 3.4 US dollars per kilogram. And the South African case, if I can share that, we sit between 2.3 and 2.4 if you look hybrid type projects where because we have wind and solar PV. So you sit at that production level in terms of the levelized cost of hydrogen production. So yeah, there are opportunities. Yeah, in the study I showed the case in South Africa for a 50 kilogram production daily. It's profitable. So in terms of the techno-economics, it really makes sense. You can really start to, it's profitable opportunities that we could be leveraged through hydrogen. So these are some of the skills. And the reason I put the slide here is what type of skills would you require? So I was looking one journal paper, I think it was in the US, and just showing in terms of what is the average salary range and type of the education that is required. And the question is, if this is the path that you're going to take, particularly in the sub-Saharan Africa region, are we even having these type of skills? Is our academic program really talking to this path that we want to move on? Or we will deal with that when the infrastructure is already there. So it's more or less the continuation of more or less the same, but those are the type of the skills. And these are the things that we really need to think about in terms of if we want to adopt hydrogen and make sure that our energy mix really is going to have hydrogen moving forward. And because of the resource that we have in the region, which I'm going to share. So this is the status quo in terms of the infrastructure, because I think one of the enabling factors for hydrogen development, particularly in our region, would be the infrastructure. So that's one component. So you'd see here, we have refineries in areas like Zinda and a couple of areas. I'm not going to go through all of them, but we have some natural gas that South Africa is interested in importing from the SADC region. We have some LNG export terminals that probably could also be utilized to transport or carry hydrogen into other countries. So from the SADC point of view, what I've seen is, and what I've quantified before, the distance in terms of if you were to produce hydrogen between South Africa and Japan, for example, you're looking at about 18,500 kilometers. To Germany, you're looking about just below 11,000 kilometers in terms of distance. But there are strategic 7 big ports in the sub-Saharan region. And I think those ports can play a role in terms of where do you put the infrastructure if you want to export hydrogen into other countries. And you can start to think about a central position that can feed for own use, so that to supply your own region and possibilities for the export market. So this is just the resource. So we have a great resource, both for wind, that is blue, as well as the yellowish one that represents the solar resource. So average solar resource, looking at about 5.3 0.60 kilowatt hours per square meter in the region. So that's a great resource that could really be leveraged to ensure that we produce cheap hydrogen and clean, of course, which talks to the Paris Agreement that most of our countries have endorsed. Yeah, so that's here. I'm just zooming in terms of the resource. So you'd see in South Africa, and just outside South Africa, Namibia is one of the greatest, because South Africa is the third country with the greatest resource in terms of solar. And just above South Africa, there's Namibia that has more or less the greatest resource, because we find that that resource in South Africa is within our northern area, the more reddish one on the upper map. And if you move to the country that is at there, Namibia, and there's a great resource there. And see, West Africa, it's strong in wind. So those are in terms of when you start to plan in terms of where do you deploy this type of technologies, those are the areas that you could probably look on. And of course, trying to reduce the transport cost. So maybe just to wrap up and say a few things, I think hydrogen should be endorsed as a technology that will increase energy access. That's one, because we know once you have energy access or electrification increases, there are other things that could be done from manufacturing point of view. You could start to produce even other products, not even hydrogen, because there are many natural resources that we have in the region, but they cannot be leveraged because of the lack of electricity. So there's a role in that regard. I think the leadership needs to set out the policy framework with tangible, targets in terms of how much, in terms of scale, how much megawatts or gigawatts of hydrogen you want to deploy by year X, and how that is going to be funded. I think partnerships are critically important in that regard to make sure that at least you create that enabling environment for your foreign direct investment, if you like, so that there could be some projects that you could start to see in larger scale and really see this momentum going on. Some of the things that probably we do not quantify or sometimes ignore is the environmental and socioeconomic benefit impacts of green hydrogen. Because normally in our region, on the baseline, the areas, particularly the Central Africa that I showed you, that does not have most of the region, you find that there's 50% electrification in the Central African area. They burn biomass, wood. So that's what they've used. And generally, we do not quantify the economic cost of then the diseases that would come from burning wood, things like asthma, etc. And most of affected communities would then rely on public health. Then the government has then to foot the bill in terms of making sure that they are looked after. So it's something that is critically important, and opportunities and jobs that could be created. And then investment requirements in infrastructure. So if you saw in the African map that I show you with regards to the infrastructure, you'd see that you don't have really long pipelines relative to Europe. If you think about Russia and Germany in terms of the pipeline infrastructure that they have. So those are the things that would be required to enable the adoption of green hydrogen within the region. And I think hydrogen has a role, and I believe it should be earmarked for supporting private sector and public sector transport infrastructure through the fuel cell adoption in the region. So yeah, I think I'm gonna be brief and stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Stanley, for your talk. Very interesting talk covering the different aspects of macroeconomics opportunities of green hydrogen in sub-Saharan area, and also the different factors for green hydrogen acceleration. So thank you so much for those insights. So now we open the floor for the Q&A session. We have little time. We have around, I think, 13 minutes. So my colleague Francisca put, I think, only one question from the platform here. The question was about how the hydrogen can address the water energy nexus cost effectively in regions with shortage of potable water. Probably I mentioned this point, and some of the speakers also mentioned this. I don't know if any one of the speakers want to elaborate on this more. in terms of how can hydrogen, address this water energy nexus. I mean, as far as the electrolysis, needs high quality water. So probably in areas with water scarcity, this may be an issue. So how can anyone respond to this question? Feel free to take the floor.
Thank you. Yeah, from the South African context, most of the wind resource is within our coastal lines, and maybe that's one point that did not mention. So you can apply desalination, for example, and utilize that water. South Africa itself is regarded as a water scarce country, and the adoption of hydrogen in South Africa particularly is thought around the desalination and trying to utilize that water. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Staley. I know that even Cape Town was struggling last year's in terms of water shortage. So yeah, I mean, desalination obviously is a good example of Nexus. And this regard, Dr. Mustafa mentioned the NEOM project in Saudi Arabia. It seems a very interesting project where there will be desalination powered by renewables and at the same time production of hydrogen. So very interesting. I'm really curious to see the project, how it will go forward. So also, I mean, many of the speakers, I mean, you mentioned many recommendations and conclusion. For example, Dr. Siha mentioned the need of collaboration. So I see that there are many national and regional policies or plans for development of green hydrogen. Obviously, there is also the aspect of the legal framework, the aspect of probably the energy or renewable energy market reforms, probably the infrastructure. Dr. Siha, for example, mentioned it. For example, in Algeria, all the houses are already connected with the gas network. So maybe this will help if we shift to hydrogen in terms of infrastructure, so we will not cost that much. So I may just repeat maybe the question, but if there is any further comments on it, I mean, what kind of policy hydrogen economy in our appropriate I mean, Dr. Majid.
It seems that we're having trouble hearing Dr. Kharaz. Dr. Kharaz, are you still with us? So it seems that we lost Dr. Kharaz due to internet connection problem. Mrs. Digelman, can you give a short word?
I think he is back. I've just heard his voice.
Hello, hello.
Jawad, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then please go on. We try with your connection.
Yeah, I don't know. The government of the adopt in order to accelerate the rapid green hydrogen economy. So any input from Dr. Mustafa?
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a very important question, as we agree that without a clear and flexible, tangible policy, I'm not sure that we can develop hydrogen, green hydrogen. I think the first things that countries have to do is to build this kind of strategy or roadmap that has been mentioned by Dr. Siham, by Dr. Majid, and also Dr. Abdullah. So that is, I think, the first step that we have to do. We have to plan, and we have to to think how to do things. If we have the resources, if we have the infrastructure, if we have also the skills, the necessary resources, even for finance resources, that is very important, and have this holistic view, tackling all the challenges in all the aspects of the hydrogen, not only on the molecules, how to do it, because the technology, I think, will improve with time, but how to prioritize also hydrogen, how to put the hydrogen in the market. This is, I think, the first thing that also the question that also the policymaker has to ask. Even in some sectors, priority sector, for example, we mentioned the industry. So how to introduce the industry, the hydrogen in the industry? So there is some regulation, there is some specific, characteristics that we have to include in the laws and the regulations that are, already exist. So we don't have to invent, because hydrogen is a feedstock, is a resource like natural gas, like oil. So we have just to put those standards. I think it's very important. The standards is very important because we have to learn from others. That is one of the aspects that cooperation can, help countries is to standardize the hydrogen aspects. I think the incentives also, it's very important. So we have, as we are doing with fossil fuels, giving some subsidies. So for fossil fuels, we have to do it for renewables and hydrogen, particularly in this, takeoff stage of development, because now the cost is a little bit high. So we have to create this market. And I think those elements can, improve and also build a confident environment for investors that have been mentioned also. So we can also attract investors and developers to the countries.
Thank you very
I can't hear you very well, Dr. Jawad, but yeah, so if I might add something.
Yes, please, go ahead.
Yeah, so actually on terms for the policy, I think as always, it has to be like a carrot and stick kind of approach. So yeah, the carrot being the incentives and the support, etc., but the stick needs to also be there by removing some options that are there now that are just making it very difficult for anything clean to compete. So it cannot be just incentives or just penalties, but I think it's a combination that is required. And the past experience has showed us that. I mean, the strategies, of course, some countries might think that because they might think that pushing a strategy for hydrogen, green hydrogen, is like shooting themselves in the foot by restricting maybe their export of hydrocarbon, which is a lifeline for many countries. But if the planning is done properly, the strategy is done properly, then that certainly should not be the case, and it will be a complementary resource rather than competing with what exists now. And my third and final comment is on the water energy, the water energy nexus. As I said earlier, I think there are a lot of opportunities, but we need to think outside of the box in terms of the synergy between water and energy, and try to really think about what we have in different regions and what can we use. And I gave the example of the produced water because it applies to a lot of countries. So if we keep thinking only about the same things, we are not going to go anywhere. So we really need to think out of the box and look, what do we have in our particular region, for example, that we can actually work on together, because I think collaboration is key. Otherwise, if everyone in the corner, is going to be very difficult to actually make it happen. Especially, it's very similar opportunities and very similar challenges. So why recreate the wheel? And that, I think, is, yeah, that's what I wanted to add.
Thank you very much, Dr. Siham. I hope you hear me. I mean, I'm trying to use my phone this time. So yes, in terms of collaboration and in terms of I think bilateral collaboration also is important. And Germany and Morocco, for example, have reached the agreement to sell green technologies and selling green hydrogen back. At the European Union level, also Brussels made its European hydrogen strategy, the centerpiece of its Green Deal. So I think such kind of bilateral, collaboration between, countries from the MENA region with African countries probably could be also interesting to encourage. And also the other aspect that was mentioned is about education. Obviously, we are going to probably go to a new phase in terms of the shift into probably hydrogen economy in the near future. So how can we prepare the next generation? The education. How can we encourage the universities and different academic institutions to also shift to this new technology in terms of preparing the guys in terms of masters or specialized training courses, etc. So I think this is an important point. I don't know if there is some efforts in your countries, but or any input on this, but I think this is something definitely to encourage. We have probably only 2 minutes, so if we can probably just in 30 seconds, every speaker can give a latest comment or recommendation that in a very 30 seconds for the how we can take advantage of the opportunities of green hydrogen that were presented during this session. Thank you very much. Shall we start by you, Dr. Mustafa?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Jawad. Yes, briefly, I think if we are looking for a smooth energy transition and sustainable energy transition, I think hydrogen can do a lot and help also the other sectors and countries also to go further with the energy transition and reach at least a part of the Paris Agreement in time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mustafa. Dr. Abdullah?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Jawad. In conclusion, I think the opportunity is there and it's massive. What's necessary is to really have that end-to-end thinking, whether it's end-to-end economics, end-to-end integration of the whole system, utilizing the water resources. And I'm speaking when I say we meaning Oman, and presumably that's also applicable to many parts of the Arab world, sit in countries that are water scarce. So the integration or the utilization of produced water, could also unlock many opportunities. And after all, these transitions require, facilitated policies and regulations that are so much important to really, gauge the way forward. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abdullah. Dr. Stanley, maybe a concluding remark or maybe a very quick response to one last question, which was about hydrogen transportation issue.
Yeah, maybe before I get to that, because I already put notes, I would say the transition should be just, particularly in countries that are more electrified and they already have a business as usual. And we must make sure that benefits of the transition, whether to green hydrogen or anything else, it's just. So those that might be negatively affected, economically affected, must then be protected. That's one. So number two, critics of renewable energy in South Africa always criticize renewables because of job creation. And we always hear complaints that say renewable energies only create jobs during construction, which is not long-term. And they always benchmark it relative to coal, because South Africa, for many, many years, has produced their electricity through coal. That simply means unskilled laborers would work in a mine, and there's some form of a resistance to a transition, and because they want it to be just. Then I get to that question that is asked. I think there's a role for green hydrogen in the transport sector, which I've already mentioned. And I think that is a quick win already. And in terms of if you think about carbon emissions that results from your petrol and diesel cars or vehicles, there's a role to apply green hydrogen as a fuel or alternative fuel. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Dr. Siham, you want to still have a very short comments?
Very quickly, all I want to say is we don't have to go big bang on green hydrogen. We can go step by step. The most important is to start that journey. I'll stop here. I know you don't have time.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank all of you, all the panelists, for your time, for your very valuable inputs, and I will pass the floor to maybe Daniela if you have any final word. The floor is yours, Daniela.
Thank you very much, Jawad, and thank you very much to all of our speakers for your interesting insights. With regards to the time, I'll keep it brief and conclude this panel with thanks to everyone, the panelists, the organizers, and I hope you've had also the viewers some insights, new insights. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all the speakers of this session who have brought to us a different perspective from what we saw yesterday with a vision of green hydrogen opportunities in Africa. Just after the break, we will resume at 11 with the session on regulations and fundings to measure factors to consider for a large-scale deployment of Power-to-X. Don't move anywhere. We will be back shortly.
Africa, and in particular North Africa, has tremendous potential for solar generation. Imagine a solar plant the size of 3,500 football pitches. Well, this is no fiction, it is reality. This is Morocco, the home of the largest concentrated solar plant in the world, the NOAA Solar Power Station. The solar plant sits on over 6,000 acres of land near the town of Ouarzazate. The project was developed in 4 phases. 3 phases with a capacity of 510 megawatts are complete and already functional. The 4th phase with a capacity of 70 megawatts is in development, and it will bring up the total capacity to 580 megawatts. This will be enough to supply clean energy to about 6% of the country. The NOAA plant will not be entirely a concentrated solar power plant. The first 3 phases are concentrated, and the 4th phase, which is under development, will use photovoltaic solar panels. So, how does concentrated solar power plant produce energy? Let's hear it from an expert.
Okay, take the natural heat from the sun, reflect it against a mirror, focus all of that heat on one area, send it through a power system, and you've got a renewable way of making electricity. It's called concentrating solar power, or CSP. Now, there are many types of CSP technologies: towers, dishes, linear mirrors, and troughs. Okay, have a look at this parabolic trough system. Parabolic troughs are large mirrors shaped like a giant U. These troughs are connected together in long lines and will track the sun throughout the day. When the sun's heat is reflected off the mirror, the curved shape sends most of that reflected heat onto a receiver. The receiver tube is filled with a fluid. It could be oil, molten salt, something that holds the heat well. Basically, this super hot liquid heats water in this thing called a heat exchanger, and the water turns to steam. Now the steam is sent off to a turbine, and from there, it's business as usual inside a power plant. A steam turbine spins a generator, and the generator makes electricity. Once the fluid transfers its heat, it's recycled and used over and over, and the steam is also cooled, condensed, and recycled again and again. One big advantage of these trough systems is that the heated fluid can be stored and used later to keep making electricity when the sun isn't shining.
Here we are in the solar field of the Noor Ouarzazate 3 project. It's a CSP, concentration solar power technology. We are in the middle of a solar field of 7,400 mirrors. As you can see, the size is quite huge. Each one of them is almost the size of a tennis court, and they all concentrate the solar heat at the top of the tower that you see there. There's a receiver at the top of the tower, and all this energy boils a liquid that is salt, a molten salt. This heat is used to produce steam by boiling water, and this steam is basically driving a turbine to produce electricity. And this electricity is exported to the national grid.
Morocco has an ambitious plan to have 52% of its energy needs from renewable sources by 2030. The NOAA plant is a giant step towards achieving that goal. It is important for other African countries to observe, take notes, and be inspired.
Europe to achieve climate neutrality by 2050, further implementation and expansion of renewable and carbon-neutral energy sources is essential. This will require a total shift away from conventional fossil-based pathways to ecologically sustainable energy systems and production methods. There is one solution coming into the spotlight as a major player in making this transition possible: renewable hydrogen. Renewable hydrogen has become increasingly important and relevant because it offers several advantages. First, renewable hydrogen enables the use of renewable energy across all sectors, including those that are not easy to electrify and have limited renewable alternatives. Further, hydrogen can facilitate the proliferation of renewable energy throughout the entire energy system, such as through sector coupling. Sunfire, a company from Dresden, Germany, is a leader in the design and manufacture of water electrolyzers, a key technology for renewable hydrogen production.
Electrolysis is a technology that converts water, so H2O, into hydrogen and oxygen. And in our case, with the Sunfire electrolyzers, we can not only convert water, but also carbon dioxide very efficiently into syngas. And from syngas, we can replace any molecules that are today produced from crude oil. With our products, we are addressing some of the largest carbon dioxide emitters on this planet: the steel industry, refineries, and the aviation industry. The most important input for renewable hydrogen production is obviously renewable electricity. It is of utmost importance that we can demonstrate that the entire power that we use comes from solar, wind, or water power sources.
Through direct electrification, renewable electricity from wind, solar, or water sources can efficiently be used across most energy demand sectors and applications, including power and mobility. However, in applications that have high energy density requirements, such as many industrial manufacturing processes or aviation and long freight shipping, direct electrification, when possible, is not necessarily the best path. Renewable hydrogen presents an opportunity for deep decarbonization in these sectors.
Hydrogen-based products, like e-fuels, for example, are the only way to achieve net zero emissions in all industrial areas, like the steel industry, for example, but also in the chemical industry, in the agricultural industry, or also in aviation or maritime. So hydrogen is not only a nice to have, but it's a necessity if we really want to achieve our climate targets until 2050 to be completely CO2 neutral.
Sunfire has partnered with Salzgitter Flachstahl and Salzgitter Mannesmann Forschung, along with several other companies, on the GreenHy 2.0 project. It stands for Green Industrial Hydrogen and is funded by the EU's Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking. GreenHy 2.0 is also part of a larger project called SALCOS, or Salzgitter Low Carbon Dioxide Steelmaking.
Today's state-of-the-art process to produce steel in Europe is the blast furnace. In Salzgitter we have 3 of them. The blast furnace produces hot metal from iron ore, which is basically iron oxide. So it's a mix of iron and oxygen. With the help of carbon in form of coal and coke, we separate the iron so that we can use it later on to produce our crude steel. With SALCOS, we want to change the status quo by using the chemical properties of hydrogen, because hydrogen is equally capable of separating the iron. We want to stepwise substitute the carbon, and there GreenHy 2.0 comes into play, because in the future we're going to need huge amounts of hydrogen.
In addition to the chemical reduction reaction of separating the iron from the oxygen, hydrogen is also required elsewhere in the steelmaking process.
Here at Salzgitter Flachstahl we are producing strip steel that is formed by our customers into components. For example, for the automotive industry, has to be annealed before it can be formed. And for that purpose we need hydrogen, because hydrogen is a very good heat conductor it increases the energy efficiency of the process, and it also prevents the strip steel from reoxidation. If you think about SALCOS for the long term, then by 2050 we want to fully transform today's steelmaking process to a hydrogen-based one.
With SALCOS and GreenHy 2.0, the Sunfire and Salzgitter teams are pioneering a shift in the steelmaking industry.
We have been able to demonstrate the production of green hydrogen for the steel industry, and I think we can proudly say that this has contributed to a mind change, both in the political sphere as well as in the industrial sphere.
Aldach is optimistic about the future success of this transition for the steelmaking industry.
The public awareness or the public demands green solutions, demands green products, and hence I think that the important factors are coming together for green steel production to become a reality.
The potential emission reductions in the steel industry made possible through the GreenHy projects also exist for many other emission-heavy industries and applications. The success of high-efficiency models like GreenHy 2.0 and the implementation of hydrogen-based power fuels provides solutions to address some of the largest emitting sectors. But there are a few major steps required to make this a reality.
It starts on the one hand side with the industrialization of a new technology. This means investments in production, upscaling, and automation of production. We require the financial support mechanisms that help us to finance this kind of upscaling process. We will probably also need cooperation between players in the electrolysis industry, but also in adjacent industries or similar industries like the automotive industry that can help to organize and realize this upscaling process. At the same time, we need a clear and stable and trustworthy regulatory framework that not only regulates how electrolyzers can purchase green power or how the hydrogen or the hydrogen derivatives are being certified, but it also needs to create a significant demand.
As we work toward European and global climate objectives, implementing efficient and carbon-neutral energy technologies will become increasingly paramount. Renewable hydrogen is proving to have high impact across all sectors, including mobility, heavy industry, and shipping, making it an essential tool for the successful energy transition.
OCP Group celebrates its 100 years. 100 years of passion, progress, and innovation carried out by OCP's dedicated people. a one-of-a-kind human inventor that is progressive and marked by innovation and major achievements. An inventor intimately linked to the history and industrial history of the Kingdom of Morocco. The creation of OCP on August 7, 1920 by Dahir is also the culmination of a process that started in 1905 by the geologist Abel Braves, who mentions the probable presence of phosphates in Morocco, that was later confirmed in 1917 by his colleague Louis Gentil. Mining started in March 1921 in the Ouled Abdoun phosphate field near Khribga. The very first Moroccan shipment of phosphates leaves the port of Casablanca on July 23rd. Since then, everything has accelerated. The group achieves a series of successes and innovations. The exploitation of a second basin in Gantour began in 1931, giving birth to a new town bearing the name of Louis Gentil, the future Youssoufia. A second port, very important to the group's activities, is put into service in 1936 in Safi, linked by the railway to Youssoufia. The 1960s marked the office's shift into high gear with the inauguration of Maroc Chimie in Safi, the first industrial platform dedicated to the processing of phosphate, in particular for the production of phosphoric acid that is essential for the manufacturing of phosphate fertilizers. The group acquires state-of-the-art industrial assets, including the famous Marion 8400, a dragline with impressive extraction capabilities. It continued its development by inaugurating new mines, such as those of Benguerir in 1980 and Sidi Chennane in 1994, by completely taking over the exploitation of phosphates from Fosbukra from the Spanish company Instituto Nacional de Industria in 2002. And by aiming for the industrial excellence came the inauguration of the new Jorfelsfar phosphate procession complex in 1986, the world's largest phosphate fertilizer production platform. In 2008, a new page opened in the history of OCP. The group becomes a public limited company owned by the Moroccan state. It continues to expand internationally by opening several international offices and concluding joint ventures such as GESA, created in 2010, with the world leader in engineering, Jacobs Engineering, and whose shares were taken over by Worley in 2019. Today, GESA Worley is the largest Moroccan engineering company and the leader on the African continent. In 2014, OCP inaugurated the slurry pipeline, the only one of its kind in the world, which allows phosphate to be transported from Khribga to Jorfelsfar by optimizing industrial processes and considerably reducing the environmental impact. By creating OCP Africa in 2016, the group proved its commitment towards promoting agricultural transformation on the continent, while continuing to support Moroccan farmers and contributing to the kingdom's agricultural development. The keystones of this commitment are knowledge, research, and continuous learning. For this very purpose and to serve the African continent at large, the group created the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University, inaugurated in 2017 by His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. In the same year, and thanks to its employees' dedication, OCP launched Act for Community, a community development program, as part of a bigger company-wide human capital development initiative known as the Movement, created in 2016. After a successful industrial transformation in 2018, OCP increased its annual fertilizer production capacity from 4 million tons in 2010 to 12 million tons. Its mission? Maximize the potential of its two resources, phosphate and people. This industrial dynamic is part of a sustainable circular economy approach that is accompanied by environmental programs aimed at achieving 100% clean energy and unconventional water resources by the year 2028. Today, the story of this extraordinary success is accelerating and proudly carried out by generations of dedicated employees who are highly committed and proud of their collective work in the service of the world of tomorrow. OCP, Future with Legacy.
Welcome back everyone to the WorldPtX Summit 2020. Just before the break, we had an interesting discussion on the Power-to-X opportunities in Africa. But now we will switch gears towards regulations and fundings that will be discussed by our dear panelists of the next session. And to share this discussion, I'm happy to introduce my dear colleague, Dr. Samir Rashidi. Dr. Samir Rashidi is an R&D director within IRESEN in charge of solar thermal system and Power-to-X. With his team, they are developing research projects and demonstration activities focusing on Power-to-X, green chemistry, energy storage, concentrated solar, and hybridization of renewable energies. Prior of his current position, Dr. Samir served as R&D program manager at MAZEN. His role consisted in catalyzing national R&D efforts in the solar energy field, building international R&D project partnerships and collaborations in the area of solar application, as well helping strategic R&D orientation to help unleash a Moroccan industrial potential in the solar sector in the future. Mr. and Dr. Samir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, dear Salma, for the nice introduction. Indeed, it's really an interesting and very crucial session dedicated to an element that is a key enabler of large-scale deployment of Power-to-X projects. So in this session, of course, the deployment of Power-to-X products is key to achieving the potential of a carbon-free world. This means that this energy revolution will have to be regulated in order to establish a viable Power-to-X economy. Furthermore, several countries have already started to develop their Power-to-X roadmaps and are being looking for means to invest in them. It is therefore essential to encourage and fund pilot programs related to Power-to-X technologies. So the expected outcome of this session will be to see what are the efforts that needs to be deployed in this aspect. We know that this is a very technical and important issue, and it's also very diverse. So we can speak about carbon taxes, fiscality, incentives, but also regulations and standards. And to tackle those questions, I'm really glad and honored to chair this session and to introduce the different panelists. Mr. Rabi El-Basha, first of all, President of CEDEMA. Mr. Bintabush Ulrich, Deputy Director General in the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy of Federal Republic of Germany. Mr. Wolfgang Ersheimer, Head of Competence Center Energy Policy and Energy Markets, Fraunhofer EASY in Germany. And Mrs. Anne Lapierre, Global Head of Energy at Norton Rose Fulbright. And Mr. Gabriel Delastour, Associate Director and Regional Head in Energy in the EBRD. So first of all, I will give the floor to my friend and colleague, Mr. Rabi El-Basha, who is probably one of the youngest, if not the youngest, participants or speakers of this channel, but not, I mean, he's also very competent, and he's also an image of the Moroccan youth, how we can be young but also very engaged towards this deployment of large-scale projects in our country. So Mr. Rabi El-Basha is the founder of the newly created CDMA, Center for Comparative German and Moroccan Law. In collaboration with IRESEN, he produced a report on the legal regulation of hydrogen and fuel cells in Morocco and Germany. His experience within German structures in Morocco allowed him to contribute to the development of a Moroccan-German relationship, especially in the sector of energy efficiency via the regulation aspect. Mr. El-Basha, Rabi, the floor is yours.
Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Hello everyone, liebe Kollegen. With this intervention, I would like first of all to thank Mohammed VI University and an outstanding Moroccan institutions, IRESEN. It's a real honor for me to be here today, and I'm personally convinced that German legal experience on hydrogens can be benefits to the future elaborations of Moroccan texts. So this intervention, we try to demystify the basic rules of hydrogen production, and will also focus on the storage, even though there are 6 fields of applications, as you can see in the display. And in Morocco and German law, it will be necessary to keep in mind that there can be no legal productions on site without hydrogen storage. The 2 fields of applications are intimately linked, and many similarities will be found. So first of all, German buildings law requires that the industrial plants for the productions can only be, first of all, the German buildings law requires that industrial plants for the productions can only be built in industrial zones, and they must comply with the regional development plan, either provisional or definitive. In Morocco, we do not have a provisional, but only a definitive plan. And the constructions and operations of PTX systems in Germany requires an approval with public participations according to the paragraph 10 of the Federal Emissions Control Act. More precisely, an electrolyzer is therefore a system that requires public approval according to the section 4 of the Annex 1 of the 4th Ordinance of the Emissions Control Act, which specifies the framework for these installations. These types of procedures therefore includes the buildings permit and the environmental impact study, but for a centralized hydrogen production plan, a single constructions and operating permit must be delivered. So in some German studies, the legal criticisms of these public participations is raised or was raised. Such a validation procedures involving the state, in particular for small and medium-sized PTX plants, might not be appropriated. We're thinking about the discussion that were about the main energy park. Therefore, public participations could interfere with economies of scale. If such criticisms exist, it's because there is a difficulty in providing a legal definitions of the term industrial scale. So in addition to this permit, the approval of a PTX plans includes an environmental impact assessment, an EIA, and as you can see, the requirements are directly related to the storage quantities and are specified in Annex 1 of the UWPG, in German das Gesetz über die Unverträglichkeitsprüfung, the Environmental Impact Assessment Act. And it's not only for new projects, but also for changes in plants capacity projects. So secondly, according to the risk and safety requirements, which are listed below, there are general requirements which are not specific to hydrogen, but will be applicable in the context of an industrial scale, such as the delimitations of ATEX zones, declarations of conformity or CE markings, and some specific rules will apply for storage capacities of 50 tons or more, for example, the nominations of an accident control officer, who may also have the role of an emissions control officer. So if we take a look about the Moroccan aspects, within the meaning of the dispositions of Article 4 of the Moroccan Law on Renewable Energy, a preliminary declaration is required for electrolysis projects on site. It's the legal possibility to produce green hydrogens, even though the text does not legally stipulate the term electrolysis. Like German law, which is a public participation approval, which will require an administrative and technical file on the electrolysis technologies used on site. The decree of this law defines the procedures for obtaining provisional and definitive authorizations, and more precisely, the Royal Decree of 1914, as amended, the Daher, contains the elements for the operations of dangerous installations. And the manufacture of hydrogens is registered as a Class 2 establishment. So, in contrast to Germany, there is no legal text dedicated exclusively to the regulations of energy storage in Morocco. According to the first article of the decree number 541, the implementations of the strategic storage policy depends directly on the attributions of the energy and mines departments of the supervisory ministry. But as in German law, Moroccan PTX projects with public participations will require an EIA. And secondly, with regards to the safety and risk requirements, Morocco has a real legal and huge arsenal, either by regulatory decrees, convention ratified, and Morocco ISO standards developed on international basis. So for the last slide, you have here the main steps in the approval process, which are presented for both countries. And in a surprising way, there is a lot of similarity. In both countries, step 3 is important because the project is communicated to the general public while respecting confidential data. In this sense, civil objections can be raised after the conception deadline, precisely in Germany 2 weeks after the conception deadline. And to finish, about the German aspects in the general process, the responsible authorities vary from state to state. But what is important to know is that the earlier the authority is informed, the better it can exercise its advisory function, which is provided by the 9th German Ordinance on the control of emissions. Thanks for your attention.
Mr. Rabi El-Basha, for this interesting insight on really a comparison between the Moroccan and German legal context. And without no further ado, I would love to introduce Mr. Ulish Bintarbush. Mr. Bintarbush is the Deputy Director General of the Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Energy. Prior to that, he assumed positions in the Economic Affairs Ministry, the Federal Chancellery, and the International Energy Agency, IEA, in Paris, as also a director of the DENA, the German Energy Agency. His portfolio includes energy efficiency in industry and households, as well as sustainable mobility. Dear Mr. Bintarbush, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
For that, are you hearing me now?
Yes, now yes, go ahead.
Okay. So thank you very much, Mr. Rashidi. There are some repercussions, right?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. If we look at the question of regulation and the question of power to hydrogen, then of course we will also need to look at a broad range of regulations. And I will do this now in particular first with a view to how we in Germany can develop hydrogen and a hydrogen market, and what we are doing now after having to implement the hydrogen strategy that the government has agreed on in June of this year. And of course, in many aspects, this all depends on the cost issue and has to do with the cost issue. So as regards big framework conditions, we of course, you have mentioned this question of CO2 taxes. And yes, there will be a very slight support on this front because Germany has and will introduce in this year also a CO2 tax in the sectors of transport and heat and industry. So that means that not only the energy intensive industries that fall under this regulation, emission trading system under the EU regulation are now concerned, but also all industrial activities and the transport sector, but with a very modest begin. We are talking here about 20-25 euros per ton CO2, but that will scale up to a significant amount at the end of this decade. In addition, I would like to say at the outset to put the perspective right, when we are talking about hydrogen, it is very clear to us that the energy transition in Germany and the decarbonization on our way to climate neutrality in 2020. Not only green electricity, but a prerequisite in addition is green molecules, hydrogen and its derivatives. So that is a very firm insight and further development, so to speak, to our energy transition concept of the year 2010-2011. because it was already very, let's say, sophisticated, in particular with regard to efficiency, renewable energies, in particular electricity, of course, and other renewable sources. But the missing link was the question of hydrogen, because it is absolutely clear to us that without hydrogen, climate neutrality, in particular with regard to transport, industry like chemistry or steel, we can never achieve. And if you look to the German energy structure today, it is also absolutely apparent that we import today more than 85% of our energies. And that is to say that even if our energy dependence via renewable electricity may decrease a bit, the idea that the German economy can decarbonize at a level of carbon neutrality without massive imports of green electricity, in particular green molecules, that is a fairy tale. And therefore we are very keen now to speed things up and develop with our partners international supply chains for hydrogen and its derivatives. Now let me come back to the question of regulation and framework conditions. In terms of cost, one big issue in our country is the so-called EEG surcharge. So the surcharge that we put on renewable electricity. And we have agreed in our strategy that we will take off this surcharge from the production of green hydrogen, so that this cost element is no longer blocking the development. And we are currently introducing this legislation. In addition, that is a very important aspect, we need to define what is green electricity. And when an electrolyzer takes the electricity out of the grid, and it's maybe up north, and the production site is south, then we have to make sure that it's really green electricity that the electrolyzer is using. That is a regulation that the European Commission is currently preparing and where we are also developing our position. But the definition of what is green electricity in conjunction with the production of green hydrogen is a must, because we have to make sure that if we speed up the production of electrolyzers, that we obey to this principle of additionality of green electricity to be used for the production of hydrogen. Because if we don't do that, then we increase consumption of electricity, and at the end of the merit order, we may find additional brown coal capacity to enter the electricity market, increasing our CO2 emissions. So that is something one has to take into account very, very carefully. Now, in terms of regulations, there is another important piece of legislation now on our table. And just this morning, we had this dossier on Vice Minister's level, which is the Renewable Energy Directive 2 from European level, which we have to implement now. And here we are talking about the renewable energy quotas for the transport sector. And our aim is to have a very ambitious renewable energy quota for 2030 in order also to allow green hydrogen to play a big role in the transport sector in the future, be it via synthetic fuels, be it via kerosene on a synthetic basis, or be it directly hydrogen into heavy duty vehicles, for example, or, and that is the most important first step, replacing gray hydrogen in refineries via green hydrogen, and then that amounts in Germany, if we have that regulation working, to a capacity of 2 gigawatts in the next, let's say, 10 years to come, starting, let's say, next year with planning, and then final investment decision, hopefully in 22 or 23. But this is a regulation that puts the cost that we will need for green hydrogen in refineries to the consumer in the transport sector. So we all will pay at the fuel station for this additional cost. and it will amount in Germany roughly to 1 cent per liter of gasoline and diesel. So it's in the end not a big thing. But this will help hopefully to speed up development on a national basis, because we need to have more experience, of course, in producing larger scale electrolyzers. So, another very important area of regulation is the infrastructure, where we will, of course, develop now a new set of rules that will be through Parliament, hopefully summer next year. But we have to make sure that, for example, companies who want to invest in respective hydrogen projects and need to transport hydrogen can use pipelines like those that we have today for natural gas, and if there is no need for them anymore, or that they can switch to others and free them up, that we have a system that ensures that this is legally safe and can work, and that those who want to consume green hydrogen and those that want to produce green hydrogen have an infrastructure option via pipeline. Now, when it comes to the international area, I just want to highlight at the end of my short introduction a couple of things. Of course, certificates and standards and guarantees of origin, certificates of origin are of course a must, because we cannot of course accept and sell let's say synthetic fuels or green hydrogen on the European or German market without being sure that strict environmental standards are followed. I think that's clear, and that is something we need to develop jointly. I'm happy that IRENA is also taking this dossier up, which I think they are very well placed to do. We are sure that what we will develop in terms of definition of green energy and green electricity at European level will also play a big role internationally. And that is why we also want to, develop this as fast as we can at European level in order to be able to have a good impact on the global discussion, because we are absolutely convinced that Germany has to import large quantities of renewable energy, and in particular green molecules in the future. And therefore, I would also like to thank the organizers for this wonderful conference, this WorldPtXSummit, and we appreciate very, very much Morocco's interest in this area and its engagement. And of course, we are also looking very much forward to an increased cooperation in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bistenbusch, for this really insightful presentation or talk from the German point of view, really insisting on what are the key elements that needs to be regulated when we are in the perspective of deploying large-scale PTX project. Thank you very much for this. And time now to move to Professor Dr. Wolfgang Ersheimer, who is the head of competence of the Center Energy Policy and Energy Markets at the Fraunhofer Institute for Systems and Innovation. Easy. Fraunhofer easy. He is also a professor for energy efficiency and energy systems modeling at Utrecht University in the Netherlands, Copernicus Institute of the Sustainable Development, and Professor Ersheimer is a physicist with professional experience gathered in various countries of the European Union and worldwide in designing and evaluating energy efficiency and renewables policies as well as climate policies. Professor Ersheimer is very knowledgeable in Morocco, especially to the ecosystem of renewable energy. Because he is author of a study, or the first study that has been done with the support of GIZ Parima on Power-to-X in Morocco and the potential of the country. And also work on the role of the hydrogen economy in the transformation of the energy system towards the climate neutrality. And he's just finished a paper on this subject, and we are really proud to be first stage to have the opportunity to have access to this paper. Thank you very much, Professor Ersheimer, for this honor. And please, the floor is yours.
Thank you
you very much for this kind introduction. I hope you can hear me well. Perfect. And I think the slides can also be seen in a good manner. Thank you very much.
Yes, go ahead.
I wanted to briefly introduce here, as the time is very short, our most recent work about the broader regulatory frame for the hydrogen economy, entitled here Opportunities and Challenges when Importing Green Hydrogen and Synthesis Products. And the aim of this policy work is to show the broadness of the techno-economic issues on one hand, but on the regulatory frame on the other hand, as my previous speaker has already worked out in quite some detail. And so we hope to contribute with this work to comprehensively accompany the path to the import of green hydrogen for the transformation of the energy system, well, in Germany, Europe, but also in countries with which to cooperate. I will only give you a brief view on the broadness of the frame, the regulatory frame, which is dealt with in this paper. And Mr. Benterbusch has fortunately already elaborated on quite some important aspects here. I have grouped here the issues into three parts, regulatory issues which are relevant for the state, for the industry, and on the next slide, for the society. And building on what Mr. Benterbusch has said previously, yes, climate neutrality requires the development of the hydrogen economy, but it needs to be accompanied. And in our paper, we present notably also the governance structures, the overall governance structures of the transformation of the energy system and how the evolving hydrogen economy fits into that system. And as Mr. Benterbusch has worked out, there is a clear priority needed on one hand for the energy efficiency first principle in combination with the hydrogen economy, because we all know that we have losses in the conversion chains to produce the hydrogen, to produce downstream products. And we need to compensate for that by pushing forward and very strongly the energy efficiency first principle, which has been developed in the European Union. And the second important point here, I cannot elaborate in all broadness, was also touched upon by Mr. Benterbusch and also in a number of previous sessions, how to assure that the decarbonization of the electricity system is happening in parallel to the development of the hydrogen economy. Mr. Benterbusch pointed out if we set up on one hand coal-based electricity generation in countries that produce hydrogen, for example, for Europe, I'm quite convinced that this would be a very difficult topic. So we need to assure that this fits. There has been a lot of discussion about certifications, but it's also important that in particular producing countries develop a 2050 frame for their own transformation of the energy system and for the possible use and exports of hydrogen and derived products. I cannot elaborate more on that here. Further issues to be developed are the import dependencies that we have to look on. And we have a new debate about technology sovereignty. I will briefly touch upon that on the following slide, hopefully. Then we have all the regulatory frame, which is relevant for the industries, about the market, the price building for hydrogen, and about how to organize incentive systems, in particular, as long as hydrogen technologies are too expensive yet. And finally, the third block, only briefly touching upon where regulatory issues are important, the sustainability criteria in the development of the hydrogen economy are important, but also how to integrate the economy, the arising economy in the international cooperation. And I'm very happy that this conference makes contributions to develop ideas on this between Europe and Morocco and other countries in Africa, notably. As said, I cannot elaborate in detail on this. Concerning incentives systems, very brief remarks. Our model-based investigations show that hydrogen and synthetic energy carriers, under a number of assumptions, can be economic between 2030 and 2040. And the emission trading scheme, the European emission trading scheme, will certainly contribute to that. 25 euro per tons of CO2 at present. The prices will rise, but they may not rise fastly enough to help the hydrogen economy to be competitive already right now. And we should start entering the hydrogen economy now already in order to be ready for 2050 for the role it needs. And here there are instruments I can only briefly touch, but maybe we come back to the discussion. There are, for example, at European level, discussions around so-called climate protection contracts or carbon contracts for difference. There are also projects for common European interest that can help to promote hydrogen projects. And at the European Union level, there is the European Innovation Fund, Decarbonization Fund in Germany, which helps to promote innovative hydrogen technologies. A quick final word about, this is a perspective of the importing, but also of the exporting countries for hydrogen. We have a lot of debate about technology sovereignty, and here I'm just putting a headline: Europe, China, battle for global supremacy on electrolyzer manufacturing. So this is clearly also an industrial issue, and it has three components which are important to consider. On the one hand, the availability of the technologies that are needed to build the hydrogen economy, the reliability of the imports from the exporting countries, but also the assessment of the technological sovereignty for the producing countries. So these three aspects are important to consider. As time is running out, I thank you very much for your attention, and you have seen this broad range of issues that need to be coped with in the regulatory frame for the hydrogen economy. You get here the links that will be active in a few days to the study which we have been producing here. And I'm very glad and very happy to be able to participate here to the summit in Morocco. And let me congratulate you for this very nice event and for the broadness of issues that you are presenting here and discussing in a very excellent manner. Thanks a lot. Shukran.
Thank you very much for those nice words, Professor Dr. WorldPtXSummit, and thank you very much for those insights that you have given from your side as an expert and a researcher in this area. Time now to give the floor to and also another knowledgeable figure in this field in Morocco, Mrs. Anne Lapierre. So Mrs. Anne Lapierre is acting as the global head of energy at Norton Rose Fulbright, which is a global law firm. Mrs. Lapierre is involved in many energy transactions related to both renewables and conventional production. She acts predominantly in project development, construction, financing, acquisition, and transfer of projects in the energy sector. She is acknowledged as a recognized leader and expert in the field. She has been member of France Énergie Éolienne's board of directors for more than 10 years. And she is also appointed, she was appointed in 2017 in the strategic committee as a sustainable development expert of Bernard Picard's Solar Impulse Foundation. Mrs. Lapierre, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here today, and I am totally excited about the new market opening for Morocco and the huge opportunity that is in front of Morocco in terms of development of hydrogen. Why is so? It's because Morocco has already evidenced for the past 10 years its amazing capacity to run out big projects in a short period of time. And in the renewable sector, I don't know whether you're seeing my screen now. Sorry.
Yes, we are able to. Just go ahead.
We see your slides.
Okay. No, c'est pas bon. Sorry, so I will do without my slides, and if I can move it, it doesn't matter. So the challenge is huge because, as was mentioned earlier in this presentation, the legal framework is very complex. We need to deal with transport, storage, production of energy, production of hydrogen, and in that regard, it is very, very important that there is an attractive and simple legal framework which is put in place. We have seen how complex is the system in Germany, and probably if all of those countries that we see on the screen which have launched their roadmap want to actually develop attractiveness for investment and to really roll out adequately their hydrogen roadmap, they will need to consider to go for a simple, easy to handle regulatory framework. The development can only happen if the regulatory framework is in place. We need the support of the government, and all of these countries need to work together in order to create a global market. But at the same time, they're all in competition to attract investment. So the question is, how do you secure a long-term vision in order to actually ensure you've got some attraction? What has been done between Germany and Morocco is key, and we need a multiplication of the regional partnership and multilateral coordination to accelerate the development of green hydrogen in order to actually reach the hydrogen economic development, which is necessary to tackle the climate change issue. The EU Green Deal is a key pillar in all of that. We will need to see how we can roll that out. That was mentioned in a previous presentation. I think in order to make the EU Green Deal a success, it probably will be useful to actually think about what is going to be the certification and the taxonomy, and also how can the developing country can access to the support and development plan and financial capacity which is made available to develop the hydrogen economy. So we need a lot of coordinated initiative. The first thing, I think, it's a long-term strategy, and we say that it's with clear objective. We know that the usage of hydrogen are numerous. We need to clarify what we want to do first. Do we want to develop domestic? Do we want to develop export? Do we want to develop both? And do we want to produce hydrogen, or are we more looking for ammonia? So there is all of these questions which need to be addressed to ensure that the legal framework is actually supporting the objective, which needs to be set very clearly, but also with very clear intermediaries milestones. We need to ensure that the government can navigate the development with a clear ramp up, and ensure that if something is falling aside or is developing too slowly, then there is a catch-up possible to reach the ultimate objective. So the regulatory framework is going to be key. If there is no attractive regulatory framework, there will be no development, because as we know, the economics are not there, so government support is a must-have. And in order to do that, we really need to attract the commercial lenders, which means that the legal framework needs to be clear, long-term view, and securing for the private money to actually be invested into the sector. But obviously, in order to start this development, we will need to have government support schemes or subsidies in order to ensure that the first pilot projects are actually financed, probably with financial guarantee mechanisms, because there is a testing period which probably will not be attractive for the standard commercial land use, I would say. As it is the case for OCP, we obviously need to have very, very strong investors and industry players off-taking on a long-term basis the products which are being produced. And obviously those players need to have solid balance sheets in order to give some security and long-term view for those projects. So a lot of things needs to be done. A lot of regulations need to be adopted. I think what is mandatory in order for a quick development and successful development to happen is that it absolutely needs to be coordinated, simple, and complete in order to give visibility to the investors. So from a legal standpoint, we've got a lot of things which needs to be tackled. I will not go through all of those items you see on the slides. I will just obviously mention what has already been said, but certification is absolutely key for that market to develop. So that's probably a pillar which needs to be worked on as a priority in all of the regulatory framework. It is very important to take the time to think about how you want to set up the framework and to define the attractiveness. This is the example of the UK, and what we can see from the expertise we've got from elsewhere is that the commercial design of project is entirely driven by the regulatory constraints. So the interface risk, where the support is coming from and so on, all of that is going to actually really be defining how the projects are going to be developed. So the regulatory framework needs really to be adjusted as you know, and fit for purpose in light of the strategy which will be developed. We've got an example from Australia. As you know, there is this very ambitious program which has been developed, and that's 26 gigawatt of renewable generation, desal plant, 14 gigawatt of electrolysis. So here we see a regional initiative, which is probably very interesting to look at. We've got the chance to work on this project and to see how the legal and the regulatory framework is impacting on the development of this mega project, and there is probably lessons to learn from that. But again, the success of development will definitely come by reviewing the legal framework, adjusting a dedicated hydrogen set of rules, and put in place financial support which allow for the development. And I'm totally convinced that in light of what Morocco has done with the development of renewable energies through Mazen in the past 10 years, all the innovation, all that success, there is obviously you know, an open future for the hydrogen development in Morocco. So that will come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Lapierre, for this very interesting presentation and really holistic overview on the regulation aspects in all over the world. And now it's time to introduce our last speaker, Mr. Gabriel de Lastour. Mr. de Lastour is responsible for developing in the EBRD's power and renewable portfolio in the southern and eastern Mediterranean region, CEMED. This includes structuring debt and equity investment, as well as leading policy dialogue initiatives with governments in the region. Gabriel has worked in the EBRD's energy sector across Eastern Europe, the CIT, and CEMED for 13 years. First on a variety of the oil and gas and mining financing, and for the last 2.5 years on power and renewable energy projects in CEMED. Mr. de Lastour, please, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Thank you very much for having me. I will share some slides with you. So first of all, I'd like to thank you very much for the presentation. So I don't need to present myself, but I'd like to maybe share a few some views on how we see at EBRD the question of regulations and funding for hydrogen. So first of all, you'll see on the left this bar chart, which presents a bit the aspirations. The Energy Transition Commission says that hydrogen, the aspiration is that hydrogen covers between 15 and 20% of final energy in the net zero economy globally by 2050. And so the question for us today, I guess, is what regulation is needed and what funding incentives can governments develop to support the expansion of hydrogen and this objective. Hydrogen, as you can see in the chart, is intended to have multiple uses, but essentially, I think where there will be scale is in as an industrial feedstock to decarbonize the energy intensive industries, such as fertilizer, chemicals, refinery, steel, long distance transport, which cannot be easily electrified. Now, on the right-hand side, you can see a few ideas and what EBRD as an international financial institution can offer. We have EBRD in our latest energy sector strategy. Also in our new green economy transition policy, which was approved 2 months ago, a number of priorities which are in line with these with the hydrogen agenda. EBRD, we believe especially that we have a role in supporting development of markets, of regulations to unlock the investments in hydrogen, but also financing the scale up in the first phase of the rollout of hydrogen. There will need to be some financing from development banks, from climate funds to really kickstart the financing before hydrogen reaches scale and industrial level where it becomes very competitive. And of course, we are thinking of the precedent of the solar power, of the wind power, which in the first years needed a lot of support and subsidies to kickstart. But today, we have a very mature industry which doesn't need support anymore. And so this is definitely a precedent which we think can be applied to hydrogen. There is also the European Union's hydrogen strategy, which gives a priority to renewable hydrogen produced with renewable energy. The roadmap for 2050 is to have 6 gigawatt of electrolyzer by 2025 and 40 gigawatt by 2030. The 2030 investment plan of the presented in the European Hydrogen Strategy is to have between 220 and 340 billion euros invested in renewable energy for hydrogen, 24 to 42 billion for electrolyzers, 11 billion for carbon capture and storage, and 65 billion for transport. So it's a very ambitious roadmap, which includes financing, and with the idea that you need to kickstart the sector and the hydrogen value chain and supply chain with some financial support so that it can, before it can reach scale at an industrial level. So maybe one more point is, how does this apply to Morocco and the wider region, the southern Mediterranean region? Well, the EU has plans to include the southern neighborhood in the scope of this very ambitious roadmap. And of course, EBRD is very active in the region, very ambitious also in terms of financing. Finally, there's also the European Clean Hydrogen Alliance, which is a key talking shop for coordination between stakeholders, and this will be an important also area. So I will go to the next slide. One more point on regulation is that the way we see the evolution of hydrogen is that it will start, it will not be applied as quickly in all the sectors. And I think maybe the last sector which will need to have a large scale application of hydrogen will be the transportation and aviation sector, because there are still some technological and industrial challenges to this area. So I think this is, of course, something we've based on a general consensus, but I'm sure my colleagues on the panel may have some on if this is the right timetable. But the point I want to make here is that there will be different phases in the expansion of hydrogen in the different sectors, and depending on the phases, there will be a need for different regulatory incentives and financial incentives to allow for the scale up of hydrogen. So one of and I think there are two big questions. The first one is to which extent the industrialization, the first phase, the phase one, the early movers need to be supported with financing. In Morocco, in the region, these financing will come from international development banks, development institutions, climate finance, such as the Green Climate Fund, which has already provided some financing in Morocco for other areas, and other such funds, which will be critical in our view to really allow for the expansion, a quick expansion of hydrogen, with a support to R&D, which is with a support to the early movers, the investors in the area, etc. The second phase, the phase 2 and phase 3, will see a different need of regulation and financing. That could include, and that is roughly speaking, if you can see the different bullet points on my slide, is the idea that you need to put a cost on carbon. So you need to put a cost on the current high emission systems which are in place, to create incentives to replace fossil fuel energy with hydrogen. You also need to, it's likely that there will be restrictions on emissions. So maybe this is a complement to what Anne was saying on what are the right regulations to allow for the investment. Here I'm talking about what are the right regulations to incentivize the industrial consumers to switch to hydrogen. If there is a financial incentive thanks to regulation, to a carbon price, which is imposed, a carbon tax maybe, which is imposed on the polluting industries, then there will be a strong economic rationale for these private sector players to to switch to hydrogen. And this is one of the areas we think is needed. I'm going to switch to the next slide. Finally, what can EBRD as a development bank do in this area? I think that EBRD is very often thought only as a provider of loans, of financing, but we also have very extensive activities in helping governments develop regulation, develop incentives, and also in mobilizing climate funds and implementing the spending on the climate fund. We also have a regional perspective. We are in a number of worldwide organizations. I mentioned the Clean Hydrogen Alliance, and so we have a role to play to try to push for these different regulations and maybe help the Moroccan government, but also other governments in the region, adopt what is the best in class regulation and incentives which are done elsewhere in the world, with some technical assistance and with some engagements. So that's from me today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dolastour, for this really interesting presentation, especially the slide where you have suggested a sort of a roadmap for the implementation of a regulatory framework. This is really impressive. I haven't seen this before, and I thank you for this. And this really completes the view that we have in this really outstanding panel. And let me please start with a question, provocative on purpose. And it's also related to the slide on the timeline that was suggested by Mr. Dolastour. And the question for all the panelists, if they would like to answer it, is it really urgent to regulate? I mean, when we discuss with some industries and private sector actors, they would prefer to let first this newly born industry to being deployed at intermediate size, or what we call in Germany the Reallabor or reference industry reference projects. So probably if we regulate too early, it will block the deployment of such a sector. What's your opinion on this? A question to all the panelists, whatever your.
Maybe I start because I'm from government, with your permission, because I want to kind of break it down to a point where Anne has made a very strong point. That is, in the end, projects need to be bankable. And not all the finance can come from governments if we want to really have speed up development for green hydrogen and hydrogen economy. And therefore, we need, via regulation, of course, to cut cost down. And there are different elements via regulation where you can have an impact on cost. There was also one slide where somebody showed, how it works in UK in the transport sector and what they kind of have on their mind. This is very much inspired by European legislation in conjunction with the implementation of the Renewable Energy Directive 2. And that is where I would like to, point out that these things are essential in order to get the market driven. Because since costs are too high for green hydrogen, the private sector will not invest without the right framework conditions, be it in terms of legal regulation, be it in terms of support schemes. And we have discovered this in the German context very clearly when we said to ourselves, or asked ourselves the question, what kind of projects do we want to support now, since the government has made available for national projects and European projects, 7 billion euros, which is not pocket money, I would say, you know, it's a very substantial amount. But we cannot simply say, okay, we support now the production of green hydrogen, because if there is somebody who produces green hydrogen, it needs to be used somewhere and it needs to be transported. So we need integrated projects. And when it comes to, you know, a CapEx support for the electrolyzer, maybe CapEx support for infrastructure to start with. Of course, users have to pay, but it will not be sufficient for the infrastructure development in the first phase. And then you have the use in the sector, and then you are talking about OpEx, because OpEx will also have to be supported once you have this kind of project where you really fuel the development via support schemes. And when it comes to OpEx support, you quickly are talking here about, at least in the German economy, if it's, let's say, 100 megawatt electrolyzers over 10 years, about sums 200, 300 million euros. So this is not pocket money as well. And 7 billion, in comparison to what I've just said, is a relatively small sum if you take governments into account that divide such a sum for the support schemes on different ministries like environment, transport, economy, and research and development. So I clearly would like to make a point. We need intelligent regulation, in particular to get the project bankable. And I want to finish my contribution by saying we also think at this point in time about guarantees for banks that give credits, because the first movers in industry will have a lot of insecurity, and we have the impression that a normal commercial bank, even our KfW, will not be prepared to finance these projects because of lack of, you know, bankability.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bush, for this answer. That also gives the floor to another questions. I know that we are a bit late on the schedule, but I have asked kindly my colleague Selma to leave me some more space to ask other speakers. But I will just change the question slightly, probably to Professor Dr. Wolfgang and Mr. de Lastour, on their insights on how they see effectively, as Mr. Bush said, the complexity of regulating within an international or multilateral configuration. Because now it's not like the old or traditional configuration of renewable power plants, where are both the producer and the off-taker are in one country. And as you have mentioned, all of you, this is an international chain, value chain. So how do you see this complexity of an international supply chain to be regulated, especially for the first pilot projects and industrial reference projects?
If I may start, thank you very much for this question. I would like to point to the fact that indeed we need to consider producing countries and the countries who are in demand for hydrogen. And as we just had discussion, maybe also reaction to Mr. Lastour's roadmap, I would see the necessity for having a regulation concerning, in particular, the sectors where we go forward with the hydrogen economy. And I would not share, for example, the view that hydrogen is something which we should use extensively, for example, in buildings, or which we should use extensively for private car transport. Clearly we need to focus our development in an early stage and provide a frame that the hydrogen economy can develop in those sectors where it's most important. I was a bit embarrassed to see in Gabriel's slide that air transport was coming so late, while I agree totally that industry and products are on air system is an important part of the transportation sector, which should also be tackled. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Ershaima, for this answer, and also for, pointing out the importance of the aircraft industry, and probably that it can happen a little bit before in terms of timelines. Now, I would like to ask the same question to Mr. de Lastour. What's your vision on this complexity of multilateral projects, both on funding and regulation points of view?
Let me now take my different hat as a bank, as a financier, and project finance, a bank on the project. I think that if we're looking at hydrogen produced with renewables, and let's take the example of a solar PV, which I think is probably the most relevant for Morocco, given the very good solar resources and the industry, solar industry, which is well developed already in the country. Well, from an investor's perspective, you will need to have the investor will need to have some comfort that there is a buyer for this hydrogen. So a number of questions are raised. The first one is in what type, how will the product be be produced? Would it be a commodity that can be transported and exported like ammonia? Would it be just hydrogen gas? So there's one technical question which is asked, and the technical question will depend the answer on how to sell the product. I think, but from an investor's perspective, what we will look at from a bank financing these projects is that there needs to be a clear visibility on how the hydrogen will be acquired, and a financial certainty on what will be the return on on selling this hydrogen. So that means that there may need to be a government intermediary to buy the product and then organize the export, or there may need to be an integrated offer which includes both the PV plant, the hydrogen production, the transportation part, and then selling on the international market. And so that means it may need to be an integrated power company that would manage the project. So these are two different options, I think, to allow for these projects to be developed, get financing, and also have this, what you call multilateral, I would say, international aspects. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. de Lastour, for this insightful response. And now I have just two questions, please, Selma, to our two last speakers. So my first question will go to Mr. Rabi al-Basha. And in an export perspective, through maritime, for example, as a young association on legal issues between Morocco and Germany, what is your perspective in the legal framework that we need to work on?
Thank you for the questions. We have the International Maritime Organization, which is in the front line when we're talking about the International Maritime Framework. and more precisely the maritime safety commitments that leads the CCC departments, the carriage of cargoes and containers. And we have 2 points. Firstly, the EMDG codes gives requirements for compressed hydrogens and refrigerated liquid hydrogens that are comparable to those for compressed natural gas and refrigerated liquid natural gas. And the EMDG codes cover hydrogens and other dangerous goods as packaged cargo. The second point is the IGC code, who does not contain specific requirements for the carriage on boats of hydrogens in bulk or as in packaged cargo. This is why there was 2 amendments that were adopted by the Maritime Safety Commitment, by the first resolutions in 2014 and the second one in 2016. And these recommendations have been developed on the basis of the hypothesis that a carrier of liquefied hydrogen does not transport liquefied gases other than liquefied hydrogens. And all of these rules are really important because they apply to Morocco. And in Europe, we have the Seveso directive, which is crucial, which concerns the major risk accidents and applies both, to the approval of refining, to the landing facilities, and also to the transport of hydrogens on board. More precisely, the Annex 1 of this directive establishes hydrogens as a dangerous substance and lists the applicable regulations according to the quantities. So this is the main aspect, I think, if you want to export the hydrogens, but about the taxes, I will not pronounce myself. I'm not having the skills about that, but really quickly, if I'm able, we was talking about the economic attractiveness in the previous presentations with the High Hammer and Frau Lapierre. And this is really important because Morocco, Brazil, Algeria have made these mistakes in the past. And there is now really a hope and ambitions because Morocco has made a jump in the doing business ranking, World Ranking 2020, with some reforms have improved protections of minority investors and also the principle of transparency and good governance based on international standards. And also we can also talk about the taxes. They are now more progressive, better adapted, and there is a digitalization of the legal functions. And all these points are included in the business legal environment, which is important to attract the future investments. And you were talking about to make laws too früh, really in the first time. There is a French sentence which says "faut légiférer avant de trembler," which means we should be scared before to put some new laws. But it is important to have definitions on biogas. It is important to have definitions about cogenerations, combined cycle, all these important elements to really increase the investments in Morocco. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Rabia Basha, for these insights from CDMA. And now, last but not least, I would like to ask Mrs. Lapierre how you see, both from funding and regulation point of view, the way or the shortcuts to take to help scale up this industry and also the export perspectives.
Well, I think there are two key elements here. I think from a regulatory standpoint, apart from the fact that, as has already been said, support needs to be there long-term with visibility. In the implementation, I think it's going to be key to organize cooperation among the various stakeholders, and in particular at the government level, because obviously the project we're talking about involves the Minister of Industry, of Energy, of Environment, of Finance. So it's very, very important that there is a very strong cooperation, fluid cooperation from a government side, and from an investor side, that probably there is one-stop shop, or at least a commission, a body, which is probably dedicated to discuss all of the hydrogen development with them and to deal with their questions, and then to have the dispatch. Otherwise, it could be very, very long and difficult to actually go through all the permitting and financing process. From a financing standpoint, that's a key element. And it's probably, and that has been mentioned, probably one of the routes is probably to think about creating a guarantee. If we look at the way Morocco has developed its solar project for the past 10 years, that was very creative from a financing standpoint, because Morocco borrowed Mazen the amount of financing and tendered 100% of its project fully financed in order to control the cost of financing. So the industry was bidding on their project, but the money was actually lent to them at conditions which were similar for every bidder. So that was very, very creative and very departing from what the rest of the world is doing, in particular in the Gulf, and that's proved success. In terms of development of hydrogen, we're talking about huge amount, new technology risk, a lot of interface risk. And I think it's probably very legitimate to consider to have some guarantees in place to help the banks to be comfortable. And maybe that has been looked at for solar and PV, in particular in Sub-Saharan Africa. That has been looked at by a certain number of countries, that has been looked at by Europe, that has been looked at the World Bank. And there is still a project of that. For the time being, I think it's fair that because we've not solved the problem, the development of solar is much less than what it should be in Sub-Saharan Africa because of this lack of guarantee. So I think Germany and Morocco really could consider to create together a pilot guarantee fund in order to counter guarantee a certain number of hydrogen projects. The idea being that you may have a problem in one or in two, but you won't have a problem in all of them. So actually having a pot of fund counter-guaranteeing the development of a certain number of projects and issuing a guarantee to the benefit of the commercial bank is, in my view, probably something which needs to be explored, because that massively would help to scale up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Lapierre, for those interesting insights and inputs. It's really very substantial what you are suggesting now. And what I have taken from this session, it's all about together and about team. Of course, my colleagues at Mazen have really achieved a very big innovation in terms of structuring and financing projects. But now it's time to get together with other actors, stakeholders, probably OCP, other stakeholders, private, together also with the German and European partners to build or to shape this regulatory framework in order to unleash funding and also the industry development of Power-to-X projects. This is also a key element that was also mentioned in the speech of His Excellency Mr. Rabbah in the inauguration ceremony. And this is something that the National Commission of Green Hydrogen will also have to work on as a priority subject topic. Thank you very much to all of you, Mr. Bintabouche, Mr. El-Besha, Professor Dr. Ersheimer, Mrs. Lapierre, and also Mr. Delastour. And sorry, Selma, for being a bit late.
Thank you all the speakers for this very insightful session of regulations and funding. Thank you, Dr. Samir, for your chairmanship. Just after the break lunch, we will resume at 2 p.m. With a scientific session. So I invite all PhD students and researchers to connect and take benefit from the presentations that will be given by esteemed experts in the field of Power-to-X. See you soon.
This is the first edition in Africa. We know it would be difficult, but this is the spirit of a competition. This is the spirit of a challenge. Warm welcome to Morocco. Thank you very much. And we will start now.
بالشعر الله الوطن الملك.
bien essentiel pour la santé, l'éducation, le développement économique et le progrès technologique, l'énergie est au cœur de notre développement. Pour promouvoir des modes de vie et de production justes et durables, le Royaume du Maroc et l'Allemagne se sont engagés ensemble sur la voie de la transition énergétique. S'appuyant sur l'expertise de ses collaborateurs aux cultures et profils techniques variés, la GIZ soutient les efforts du Maroc dans les domaines de l'efficacité énergétique, la production et le transport d'électricité durable et la mobilité durable. La transition énergétique passe par des lois, des mesures pour favoriser les investissements, ainsi que le développement des compétences des prestataires et de leurs services au niveau national et décentralisé. À travers ces actions, la GIZ accompagne chaque jour des hommes et des femmes leaders de la transition énergétique au Maroc.
Africa, and in particular North Africa, has tremendous potential for solar generation. Imagine a solar plant the size of 3,500 football pitches. Well, this is no fiction, it is reality. This is Morocco, the home of the largest concentrated solar plant in the world, the NOAA Solar Power Station. The solar plant sits on over 6,000 acres of land near the town of Ouarzazate. The project was developed in 4 phases. 3 phases with a capacity of 510 megawatts are complete and already functional. The 4th phase with a capacity of 70 megawatts is in development, and it will bring up the total capacity to 580 megawatts. This will be enough to supply clean energy to about 6% of the country. The NOAA plant will not be entirely a concentrated solar power plant. The first 3 phases are concentrated, and the 4th phase, which is under development, will use photovoltaic solar panels. So, how does concentrated solar power plant produce energy? Let's hear it from an expert.
Okay, take the natural heat from the sun, reflect it against a mirror, focus all of that heat on one area, send it through a power system, and you've got a renewable way of making electricity. It's called concentrating solar power, or CSP. Now, there are many types of CSP technologies: towers, dishes, linear mirrors, and troughs. Okay, have a look at this parabolic trough system. Parabolic troughs are large mirrors shaped like a giant U. These troughs are connected together in long lines and will track the sun throughout the day. When the sun's heat is reflected off the mirror, the curved shape sends most of that reflected heat onto a receiver. The receiver tube is filled with a fluid. It could be oil, molten salt, something that holds the heat well. Basically, this super hot liquid heats water in this thing called a heat exchanger, and the water turns to steam. Now the steam is sent off to a turbine, and from there, it's business as usual inside a power plant. A steam turbine spins a generator, and the generator makes electricity. Once the fluid transfers its heat, it's recycled and used over and over. And the steam is also cooled, condensed, and recycled again and again. One big advantage of these trough systems is that the heated fluid can be stored and used later to keep making electricity when the sun isn't shining.
Here we are in the solar field of the Noor Ouarzazate 3 project. It's a CSP, concentration solar power technology. We are in the middle of a solar field of 7,400 meters. As you can see, the size is quite huge. Each one of them is almost the size of a tennis court, and they all concentrate the solar heat at the top of the tower that you see there. There's a receiver at the top of the tower, and all this energy boils a liquid that is salt, a molten salt. This heat is used to produce steam by boiling water, and this steam is basically driving a turbine to produce electricity. And this electricity is exported to the national grid.
Morocco has an ambitious plan to have 52% of its energy needs from renewable sources by 2030. The NOAA plant is a giant step towards achieving that goal. It is important for other African countries to observe, take notes, and be inspired.
Europe to achieve climate neutrality by 2050, further implementation and expansion of renewable and carbon-neutral energy sources is essential. This will require a total shift away from conventional fossil-based pathways to ecologically sustainable energy systems and production methods. There is one solution coming into the spotlight as a major player in making this transition possible: renewable hydrogen. Renewable hydrogen has become increasingly important and relevant because it offers several advantages. First, renewable hydrogen enables the use of renewable energy across all sectors, including those that are not easy to electrify and have limited renewable alternatives. Further, hydrogen can facilitate the proliferation of renewable energy throughout the entire energy system, such as through sector coupling. Sunfire, a company from Dresden, Germany, is a leader in the design and manufacture of water electrolyzers, a key technology for renewable hydrogen production.
Electrolysis is a technology that converts water, so H2O, into hydrogen and oxygen. And in our case, with the Sunfire electrolyzers, we can not only convert water, but also carbon dioxide very efficiently into syngas. And from syngas, we can replace any molecules that are today produced from crude oil. With our products, we are addressing some of the largest carbon dioxide emitters on this planet: the steel industry, refineries, and the aviation industry. The most important input for renewable hydrogen production is obviously renewable electricity. It is of utmost importance that we can demonstrate that the entire power that we use comes from solar, wind, or water power sources.
Through direct electrification, renewable electricity from wind, solar, or water sources can efficiently be used across most energy demand sectors and applications, including power and mobility. However, in applications that have high energy density requirements, such as many industrial manufacturing processes or aviation and long freight shipping, direct electrification, when possible, is not necessarily the best path. Renewable hydrogen presents an opportunity for deep decarbonization in these sectors.
Hydrogen-based products, like e-fuels, for example, are the only way to achieve net zero emissions in all industrial areas, like the steel industry, for example, but also in the chemical industry, in the agricultural industry, or also in aviation or maritime. So hydrogen is not only a nice to have, but it's a necessity if we really want to achieve our climate targets until 2050 to be completely CO2 neutral.
Sunfire has partnered with Salzgitter Flachstahl and Salzgitter Mannesmann Forschung, along with several other companies, on the Greenhigh 2.0 project. It stands for Green Industrial Hydrogen and is funded by the EU's Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking. Greenhigh 2.0 is also part of a larger project called Salzkos, or Salzgitter Low Carbon Dioxide Steelmaking.
Today's state-of-the-art process to produce steel in Europe is the blast furnace. In Salzgitter we have 3 of them. The blast furnace produces hot metal from iron ore, which is basically iron oxide. So it's a mix of iron and oxygen. With the help of carbon in form of coal and coke, we separate the iron so that we can use it later on to produce our crude steel. With Salzkos, we want to change the status quo by using the chemical properties of hydrogen, because hydrogen is equally capable of separating the iron. We want to stepwise substitute the carbon, and there Greenhigh 2.0 comes into play, because in the future we're going to need huge amounts of hydrogen.
In addition to the chemical reduction reaction of separating the iron from the oxygen, hydrogen is also required elsewhere in the steelmaking process.
Here at Salzgitter Flachstahl we are producing strip steel that is formed by our customers into components. For example, for the automotive industry, has to be annealed before it can be formed. And for that purpose we need hydrogen, because hydrogen is a very good heat conductor it increases the energy efficiency of the process, and it also prevents the strip steel from reoxidation. If you think about SALCOS for the long term, then by 2050 we want to fully transform today's steelmaking process to a hydrogen-based one.
With SALCOS and GreenHy 2.0, the Sunfire and Salzgitter teams are pioneering a shift in the steelmaking industry.
We have been able to demonstrate the production of green hydrogen for the steel industry, and I think we can proudly say that this has contributed to a mind change, both in the political sphere as well as in the industrial sphere.
Aldach is optimistic about the future success of this transition for the steelmaking industry.
The public awareness or the public demands green solutions, demands green products, and hence I think that the important factors are coming together for green steel production to become a reality.
The potential emission reductions in the steel industry made possible through the GreenHy project also exist for many other emission-heavy industries and applications. The success of high-efficiency models like GreenHy 2.0 and the implementation of hydrogen-based power fuels provides solutions to address some of the largest emitting sectors. But there are a few major steps required to make this a reality.
It starts on the one hand side with the industrialization of a new technology. This means investments in production, upscaling, and automation of production. We require the financial support mechanisms that help us to finance this kind of upscaling process. We will probably also need cooperation between players in the electrolysis industry, but also in adjacent industries or similar industries like the automotive industry that can help to organize and realize this upscaling process. At the same time, we need a clear and stable and trustworthy regulatory framework that not only regulates how electrolyzers can purchase green power or how the hydrogen or the hydrogen derivatives are being certified, but it also needs to create a significant demand.
As we work toward European and global climate objectives, implementing efficient and carbon-neutral energy technologies will become increasingly paramount. Renewable hydrogen is proving to have high impact across all sectors, including mobility, heavy industry, and shipping, making it an essential tool for the successful energy transition.
OCP Group celebrates its 100 years. 100 years of passion, progress, and innovation carried out by OCP's dedicated people. A one-of-a-kind human inventor that is progressive and marked by innovation and major achievements. An inventor intimately linked to the history and industrial history of the Kingdom of Morocco. The creation of OCP on August 7, 1920 by Dahir is also the culmination of a process that started in 1905 by the geologist Abel Brives, who mentions the probable presence of phosphates in Morocco, that was later confirmed in 1917 by his colleague Louis Gentil. Mining started in March 1921 in the Ouled Abdoun phosphate field near Khribga. The very first Moroccan shipment of phosphates leaves the port of Casablanca on July 23rd. Since then, everything has accelerated. The group achieves a series of successes and innovations. The exploitation of a second basin in Gantour began in 1931, giving birth to a new town bearing the name of Louis Gentil, the future Youssoufia. A second port, very important to the group's activities, is put into service in 1936 in Safi, linked by the railway to Youssoufia. The 1960s marked the office's shift into high gear with the inauguration of Maroc Chimie in Safi, the first industrial platform dedicated to the processing of phosphate, in particular for the production of phosphoric acid that is essential for the manufacturing of phosphate fertilizers. The group acquires state-of-the-art industrial assets, including the famous Marion 8400, a dragline with impressive extraction capabilities. It continued its development by inaugurating new mines, such as those of Benguerir in 1980 and Sidi Chennane in 1994, by completely taking over the exploitation of phosphates from Fosbukra from the Spanish company Instituto Nacional de Industria in 2002. And by aiming for the industrial excellence came the inauguration of the new Jorfelsfar phosphate procession complex in 1986, the world's largest phosphate fertilizer production platform. In 2008, a new page opened in the history of OCP. The group becomes a public limited company owned by the Moroccan state. It continues to expand internationally by opening several international offices and concluding joint ventures such as GESA, created in 2010, with the world leader in engineering, Jacobs Engineering, and whose shares were taken over by Worley in 2019. Today, GESA Worley is the largest Moroccan engineering company and the leader on the African continent. In 2014, OCP inaugurated the slurry pipeline, the only one of its kind in the world, which allows phosphate to be transported from Khribga to Jorfelsfar by optimizing industrial processes and considerably reducing the environmental impact. By creating OCP Africa in 2016, the group proved its commitment towards promoting agricultural transformation on the continent, while continuing to support Moroccan farmers and contributing to the kingdom's agricultural development. The keystones of this commitment are knowledge, research, and continuous learning. For this very purpose and to serve the African continent at large, the group created the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University, inaugurated in 2017 by His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. In the same year, and thanks to its employees' dedication, OCP launched Act for Community, a community development program, as part of a bigger company-wide human capital development initiative known as the Movement, created in 2016. After a successful industrial transformation in 2018, OCP increased its annual fertilizer production capacity from 4 million tons in 2010 to 12 million tons. Its mission? Maximize the potential of its two resources, phosphate and people. This industrial dynamic is part of a sustainable circular economy approach that is accompanied by environmental programs aimed at achieving 100% clean energy and unconventional water resources by the year 2028. Today, the story of this extraordinary success is accelerating and proudly carried out by generations of dedicated employees who are highly committed and proud of their collective work in the service of the world of tomorrow. OCP, Future with Legacy.
is the first edition in Africa. We know it would be difficult, but this is the spirit of a competition. This is the spirit of a challenge. Warm welcome to Morocco. Thank you very much. And we will start right now.
بالشعر الله الوطن الملك.
essentielle pour la santé, l'éducation, le développement économique et le progrès technologique, l'énergie est au cœur de notre développement. Pour promouvoir des modes de vie et de production justes et durables, le Royaume du Maroc et l'Allemagne se sont engagés ensemble sur la voie de la transition énergétique. S'appuyant sur l'expertise de ses collaborateurs aux cultures et profils techniques variés, la GIZ soutient les efforts du Maroc dans les domaines de l'efficacité énergétique, la production et le transport d'électricité durable et la mobilité durable. La transition énergétique passe par des lois, des mesures pour favoriser les investissements, ainsi que le développement des compétences des prestataires et de leurs services au niveau national et décentralisé. À travers ces actions, la GIZ accompagne chaque jour des hommes et des femmes leaders de la transition énergétique au Maroc.
Africa, and in particular North Africa, has tremendous potential for solar generation. Imagine a solar plant the size of 3,500 football pitches. Well, this is no fiction, it is reality. This is Morocco, the home of the largest concentrated solar plant in the world, the NOAA Solar Power Station. The solar plant sits on over 6,000 acres of land near the town of Ouarzazate. The project was developed in 4 phases. 3 phases with a capacity of 510 megawatts are complete and already functional. The 4th phase with a capacity of 70 megawatts is in development, and it will bring up the total capacity to 580 megawatts. This will be enough to supply clean energy to about 6% of the country. The NOAA plant will not be entirely a concentrated solar power plant. The first 3 phases are concentrated, and the 4th phase, which is under development, will use photovoltaic solar panels. So, how does concentrated solar power plant produce energy? Let's hear it from an expert.
Okay, take the natural heat from the sun, reflect it against a mirror, focus all of that heat on one area, send it through a power system, and you've got a renewable way of making electricity. It's called concentrating solar power, or CSP. Now, there are many types of CSP technologies: towers, dishes, linear mirrors, and troughs. Okay, have a look at this parabolic trough system. Parabolic troughs are large mirrors shaped like a giant U. These troughs are connected together in long lines and will track the sun throughout the day. When the sun's heat is reflected off the mirror, the curved shape sends most of that reflected heat onto a receiver. The receiver tube is filled with a fluid. It could be oil, molten salt, something that holds the heat well. Basically, this super hot liquid heats water in this thing called a heat exchanger, and the water turns to steam. Now the steam is sent off to a turbine, and from there, it's business as usual inside a power plant. A steam turbine spins a generator, and the generator makes electricity. Once the fluid transfers its heat, it's recycled and used over and over. And the steam is also cooled, condensed, and recycled again and again. One big advantage of these trough systems is that the heated fluid can be stored and used later to keep making electricity when the sun isn't shining.
Here we are in the solar field of the Noor Ouarzazate 3 project. It's a CSP, concentration solar power technology. We are in the middle of a solar field of 7,400 mirrors. As you can see, the size is quite huge. Each one of them is almost the size of a tennis court, and they all concentrate the solar heat. At the top of the tower that you see there, there's a receiver at the top of the tower, and all this energy boils a liquid that is salt, a molten salt. This heat is used to produce steam by boiling water, and this steam is basically driving a turbine to produce electricity. And this electricity is exported to the national grid.
Morocco has an ambitious plan to have 52% of its energy needs from renewable sources by 2030. The NOAA plant is a giant step towards achieving that goal. It is important for other African countries to observe, take notes, and be inspired.
For Europe to achieve climate neutrality by 2050, further implementation and expansion of renewable and carbon-neutral energy sources is essential. This will require a total shift away from conventional fossil-based pathways to ecologically sustainable energy systems and production methods. There is one solution coming into the spotlight as a major player in making this transition possible: renewable hydrogen. Renewable hydrogen has become increasingly important and relevant because it offers several advantages. First, renewable hydrogen enables the use of renewable energy across all sectors, including those that are not easy to electrify and have limited renewable alternatives. Further, hydrogen can facilitate the proliferation of renewable energy throughout the entire energy system, such as through sector coupling. Sunfire, a company from Dresden, Germany, is a leader in the design and manufacture of water electrolyzers, a key technology for renewable hydrogen production.
Electrolysis is a technology that converts water, so H2O, into hydrogen and oxygen. And in our case, with the Sunfire electrolyzers, we can not only convert water, but also carbon dioxide very efficiently into syngas. And from syngas, we can replace any molecules that are today produced from crude oil. With our products, we are addressing some of the largest carbon dioxide emitters on this planet: the steel industry, refineries, and the aviation industry. The most important input for renewable hydrogen production is obviously renewable electricity. It is of utmost importance that we can demonstrate that the entire power that we use comes from solar, wind, or water power sources.
Through direct electrification, renewable electricity from wind, solar, or water sources can efficiently be used across most energy demand sectors and applications, including power and mobility. However, in applications that have high energy density requirements, such as many industrial manufacturing processes or aviation and long freight shipping, direct electrification, when possible, is not necessarily the best path. Renewable hydrogen presents an opportunity for deep decarbonization in these sectors.
Hydrogen-based products, like e-fuels, for example, are the only way to achieve net zero emissions in all industrial areas, like the steel industry, for example, but also in the chemical industry, in the agricultural industry, or also in aviation or maritime. So hydrogen is not only a nice to have, but it's a necessity if we really want to achieve our climate targets until 2050 to be completely CO2 neutral.
Sunfire has partnered with Salzgitter Flachstahl and Salzgitter Mannesmann Forschung, along with several other companies, on the Greenhigh 2.0 project. It stands for Green Industrial Hydrogen and is funded by the EU's Fuel Cells and Hydrogen Joint Undertaking. Greenhigh 2.0 is also part of a larger project called Salcos, or Salzgitter Low Carbon Dioxide Steelmaking.
Today's state-of-the-art process to produce steel in Europe is the blast furnace. In Salzgitter we have 3 of them. The blast furnace produces hot metal from iron ore, which is basically iron oxide. So it's a mix of iron and oxygen. With the help of carbon in form of coal and coke, we separate the iron so that we can use it later on to produce our crude steel. With Salcos, we want to change the status quo by using the chemical properties of hydrogen, because hydrogen is equally capable of separating the iron. We want to stepwise substitute the carbon, and there Greenhigh 2.0 comes into play, because in the future we're going to need huge amounts of hydrogen.
In addition to the chemical reduction reaction of separating the iron from the oxygen, hydrogen is also required elsewhere in the steelmaking process.
Here at Salzgitter Flachstahl we are producing strip steel that is formed by our customers into components. For example, for the automotive industry, has to be annealed before it can be formed. And for that purpose we need hydrogen, because hydrogen is a very good heat conductor it increases the energy efficiency of the process, and it also prevents the strip steel from reoxidation. If you think about SALCOS for the long term, then by 2050 we want to fully transform today's steelmaking process to a hydrogen-based one.
With SALCOS and GreenHy 2.0, the Sunfire and Salzgitter teams are pioneering a shift in the steelmaking industry.
We have been able to demonstrate the production of green hydrogen for the steel industry, and I think we can proudly say that this has contributed to a mind change, both in the political sphere as well as in the industrial sphere.
Aldach is optimistic about the future success of this transition for the steelmaking industry.
The public awareness or the public demands green solutions, demands green products, and hence I think that the important factors are coming together for green steel production to become a reality.
The potential emission reductions in the steel industry made possible through the GreenHy projects also exist for many other emission-heavy industries and applications. The success of high-efficiency models like GreenHy 2.0 and the implementation of hydrogen-based power fuels provides solutions to address some of the largest emitting sectors. But there are a few major steps required to make this a reality.
It starts on the one hand side with the industrialization of a new technology. This means investments in production, upscaling, and automation of production. We require the financial support mechanisms that help us to finance this kind of upscaling process. We will probably also need cooperation between players in the electrolysis industry, but also in adjacent industries or similar industries like the automotive industry that can help to organize and realize this upscaling process. At the same time, we need a clear and stable and trustworthy regulatory framework that not only regulates how electrolyzers can purchase green power or how the hydrogen or the hydrogen derivatives are being certified, but it also needs to create a significant demand.
As we work toward European and global climate objectives, implementing efficient and carbon-neutral energy technologies will become increasingly paramount. Renewable hydrogen is proving to have high impact across all sectors, including mobility, heavy industry, and shipping, making it an essential tool for the successful energy transition.
OCP Group celebrates its 100 years. 100 years of passion, progress, and innovation carried out by OCP's dedicated people. A one-of-a-kind human inventor that is progressive and marked by innovation and major achievements. An inventor intimately linked to the history and industrial history of the Kingdom of Morocco. The creation of OCP on August 7, 1920 by Dahir is also the culmination of a process that started in 1905 by the geologist Abel Braves, who mentions the probable presence of phosphates in Morocco, that was later confirmed in 1917 by his colleague Louis Gentil. Mining started in March 1921 in the Ouled Abdoun phosphate field near Khribga. The very first Moroccan shipment of phosphates leaves the port of Casablanca on July 23rd. Since then, everything has accelerated. The group achieves a series of successes and innovations. The exploitation of a second basin in Gantour began in 1931, giving birth to a new town bearing the name of Louis Gentil, the future Youssoufia. A second port, very important to the group's activities, is put into service in 1936 in Safi, linked by the railway to Youssoufia. The 1960s marked the office's shift into high gear with the inauguration of Maroc Chimie in Safi, the first industrial platform dedicated to the processing of phosphate, in particular for the production of phosphoric acid that is essential for the manufacturing of phosphate fertilizers. The group acquires state-of-the-art industrial assets, including the famous Marion 8400, a dragline with impressive extraction capabilities. It continued its development by inaugurating new mines, such as those of Benguerir in 1980 and Sidi Chennane in 1994, by completely taking over the exploitation of phosphates from Fosbukra from the Spanish company Instituto Nacional de Industria in 2002. And by aiming for the industrial excellence came the inauguration of the new Jorfelsfar phosphate procession complex in 1986, the world's largest phosphate fertilizer production platform. In 2008, a new page opened in the history of OCP. The group becomes a public limited company owned by the Moroccan state. It continues to expand internationally by opening several international offices and concluding joint ventures, such as GESA, created in 2010, with the world leader in engineering, Jacobs Engineering, and whose shares were taken over by Worley in 2019. Today, GESA Worley is the largest Moroccan engineering company and the leader on the African continent. In 2014, OCP inaugurated the slurry pipeline, the only one of its kind in the world, which allows phosphate to be transported from Khribga to Jorfelsfar by optimizing industrial processes and considerably reducing the environmental impact. By creating OCP Africa in 2016, the group proved its commitment towards promoting agricultural transformation on the continent, while continuing to support Moroccan farmers and contributing to the kingdom's agricultural development. The keystones of this commitment are knowledge, research, and continuous learning. For this very purpose and to serve the African continent at large, the group created the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University, inaugurated in 2017 by His Majesty the King Mohammed VI. In the same year, and thanks to its employees' dedication, OCP launched Act for Community, a community development program, as part of a bigger company-wide human capital development initiative known as the Movement, created in 2016. After a successful industrial transformation in 2018, OCP increased its annual fertilizer production capacity from 4 million tons in 2010 to 12 million tons. Its mission? Maximize the potential of its two resources, phosphate and people. This industrial dynamic is part of a sustainable circular economy approach that is accompanied by environmental programs aimed at achieving 100% clean energy and unconventional water resources by the year 2028. Today, the story of this extraordinary success is accelerating and proudly carried out by generations of dedicated employees who are highly committed and proud of their collective work in the service of the world of tomorrow. OCP, Future with Legacy.
participants, welcome back. I hope you had the time to relax around your lunch. Let us now resume with this last session of the World Power to X Summit. I said last, but not the least interesting one, because indeed, in this session, we will be having a deep dive into scientific and technology in the field of green hydrogen. We will be having distinguished scientific speakers in this session chaired by Professor Ahmed Al-Nawi. Professor Ahmed Al-Nawi is currently president of the Scientific Council of IRESEN. He is deeply engaged for the establishment of mechanisms to support and reinforce R&D in the renewable energy. He served as head of the research group at Helmholtz of Material and Energy. He has deep expertise in processing materials and devices for solar energy conversion and thin chalcogenide solar cells. He is author and co-author of more than 200 peer-reviewed journal articles with H-index 44, numerous conference contributions. He edited 5 special issues and granted several patents. Professor Al-Nawi, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. The organization of the summit. I will, before I start to share my presentation, I would like to say some words regarding the scientific part of this summit, and also to present the keynote speakers. However, I will first thank so much IRESEN, the university, UP6, and all people behind the scene who work to make this summit successful, and it is indeed successful. So after my talk, it will be Professor Hannibal. He will talk. I will give more detail about his bio afterward. He's my colleague at Helmholtz Center Berlin since more than 20 years. At the time, Helmholtz was Hahn-Meitner Institute. Now it's Helmholtz Center Berlin. So I will give more afterward. Then it will come to Dr. Rashidi. He's one of the top scientists in IRESEN, and he's in charge of bioenergy, hydrogen, and energy storage. So I will come back again to him. Then Professor Safiawi, he has a long-standing interest in Casablanca University on hydrogen technology, and he was involved in many projects, and I will also come back to him. And then Professor Hisham Ben Youssef, as far as I know, he is one of the most cited scientists in the university, Mohammed VI, and he's very specialized in fuel cell technology, and I will come back to him again. And then, last but not least, Dr. Leonard Esteban Sipai, I hope I pronounce your name well, and he's very expert and long-standing interest in methanol, from normal methanol and biology way to make methanol, and he has also cooperation with IRESEN and University Mohammed VI, the new university. Do you see my slide here in order that I can start?
Yes, Professor, we are seeing it. You can go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. So my presentation will be somehow general, in order it's an introduction to the whole session. And it is about Power to X, of course, and about research and development, and somehow learning from the nature. I had my habilitation in the Han-Meitner Institute long ago in 1983. I started, and I have the opportunity, and I was fortunate to work with one professor, Professor Helmut Tribuch. He's always inspired from the nature. That's why I have this culture of seeing the nature before making research. So I will talk about, I give an introduction about the towards CO2 neutral industry. I will talk about how the quantum solar energy conversion come to the questions, and I want to talk about the material energy solution before to go to the technology. And then I will just show one slide about how the research is running in Morocco and how it should be. So let's see here this scenario here. If you want to go to carbon neutral industry, and you know we have carbon dioxide, which is in all industry actually, which is responsible of climate change. That's one issue. We have electrical grid. In Morocco, we will inject by 2030 52% or 53%, as I heard, to the grid. Now, IRESEN have a huge initiative for water electrolysis and the production of hydrogen. Then we have to deal with the storage of this hydrogen. There are different ways of doing the storage. For example, one subject for the science and research in Morocco is the metal hydride, to store the hydrogen in materials. And this is one subject. Of course, there is the way to make electrolyzer in either by power supplying the electrolyzer from the solar energy, or also by using the artificial photosynthesis. And this is one of the talk where Professor Hanabil will give a very detailed and very exciting research he did by himself with Caltech, with Helmholtz, with Fraunhofer, and he's one of he has the top result and the record efficiency. He will talk about it. Science and technology is the important way to go toward carbon neutral. So one problem is the fuel cell, and we have our colleague from university, Mohammed VI. He will talk about it. You know that Morocco will go to a hydrogen vehicle in the future. And we have fuel cell with a lot of issue like membrane, like catalysator. All are issue to be in the research portfolio in Morocco. Then we have the injection via pipeline, and this is, I hope one day we will see pipeline going from Morocco to Europe to Africa. And also I hope that we can find a solution that carbon oxide from the industry can be captured, utilized, and stored. And the possibility is the methanation. Methanation means that we have to do some research on catalysis, on material. Methane can be translated into other fuels. This is also another topic which will be, and also the Haber-Bosch process, which use hydrogen, which can come from green hydrogen and from nitrogen to form fertilizers, which is very important in Morocco and worldwide. Okay, what is the quantum solar energy conversion? As you know, photosynthesis has done a good job, and photosynthesis is a reduction process. This means someone has to give an electron and someone has to take the electron. Reduction is a gain of electron. Like oxidation is a loss of electron. So the plant take this electron from the sun So it can gain energy from the sun. The energy is a photon energy. It will reduce hydrogen by some catalyst, natural catalyst, which we call coenzyme, and can take carbon dioxide out of the air. Then it will tax it to the carbohydrate like sugar, for example, and the plant can release oxygen into the atmosphere. Oxygen drives the metabolism of the most living organism on the earth. So all what we need is solar spectrum, which is already there, and we are blessed in Morocco to have a lot of sun, 100 watt per square meter, and every day. The question is how to go from to be inspired from the nature and to do this job. So we need to find systems which absorb the light, which effectively separate the charge, and which effectively transport the charge to have either electrical energy or fuel. Material energy solution prior the technology. We have to have a portfolio at the university and in our institute to control the material at the atomic and molecular level. We have to make combination of research and machine learning. And we have to screen material prior to the synthesis and testing in order to gain in the time and also money. The other problem what we have to think about is electrolyzer to respond sufficiently fast and to operate as demand response device with long duration. And one of the problem we have is to be able to detect the whole solar spectrum. We have small band gap materials which can give a small photovoltage, but it can give a high current. On the other side of the spectrum, we have large band gap material which can give small current but high voltage. And we have to find a way to use it. That is one topic of research and development. And Professor Hannabel will give you some examples which work very good. So what we get from a solar cell is the voltage and the current, and the product of these two elements will give us the power. That's why we need small band gap and high band gap to gain current and voltage, and to get this power output characteristic, which give you a what you see here. And this is, there are many issues where we have to do research in order to get it. So let's go back to this schematic here, where, as I told you, we have to have a band gap which is enough to absorb the whole light or big part of the light in order to have a high current. So we have a light absorption, charge separation. This means we have to have material which are rid of the recombination. This is also still research. There are a lot of research and development. The charge transport also there is a lot to do. And the electricity in the fuel cell is now the research what we want to do, which is already advanced in the industry, but there are many things to do in terms of upscaling. So the tandem solar cell is one of the promising elements for this kind of work. So research on tandem cell. There are now many ways to do tandem cell, and I expect from Professor Hannabel to give some details about it. So where we are now, we can generate electricity from the sun. We can produce hydrogen from the sun. We can make hydrogen using electrolyzer and PV, actually. There is photoelectrochemical process. All these issues will be discussed in our session 12. The production cost of the electrolyzer is still a problem, and it was discussed these 2 days, the first day and the day 2 of this summit. Photoelectrochemical cell, PEC, for water splitting, still in the lab scale and has to go to the prototype and to the industry. This also will be good to discuss it today. I think a proof of concept from Thomas Hanabel, and it's not, we choose one of the best researcher on this topic. He's involved in a lot of projects, European projects, etc., and he will talk about this. So we have solar cells, we have electrolyzer, but we still have to go further to increase in terms of upscaling, in terms of the efficiency. We have to understand more which catalysis material we have to use for the production of hydrogen, as you see here in the schematic here. We can produce from water hydrogen, we can produce oxygen, but we need catalytic materials. So here is one schematic where we can see, for example, the photochemical solar cell. We can have an N-type material, which you see here, and we can have P-type material. We can combine both of them. And this is also one kind of direction in research what we have to work on. And you see here that you have a catalytic material which is driving kinetically the reaction. Even if a reaction is thermodynamically possible, you need a catalytic material in order to increase the kinetic and the rate of hydrogen production. You need to work on membrane in order that you have the right membrane to get the proton going to the other materials. And here also you need catalytic materials. So here you have material energy solution to work on. So there is thermodynamic, there is the kinetic, and you need a catalyst, you need even photocatalyst. The challenge we have, and the nature is able to resolve the problem, but not us, is the competing reaction to reduce carbon dioxide or produce hydrogen are very tight, as you see here. You have oxygen evolution and hydrogen evolution, and you need 1.23 volt at least to make this reaction. But there are many other reactions which can be involved here for the fixation or the capture of CO2, and how to be able to get rid of this competition reaction and to have only one reaction, or to be able to spare the process. And this is one of the topics what we have to work on it. So I show you here just a little bit more on this. You have the electronic and band structure of solid. And in Morocco, we have a lot of colleagues working on this in the theory, like density function theory, and they will talk about it at the end. You have semiconductor band gap. It's an issue. We have to work on material which give you the best semiconductor band gap. You have the position. If you have a semiconductor, you have to have the right composition in order that your valence band match this schematic here versus the hydrogen evolution. Sorry, here I have made 2 times hydrogen. One is hydrogen, one is oxygen. So it's a small mistake, but you understand what I say. Okay. I just want to show here one schematic from Thomas Hanabel, and he will give more about it. I'm very fascinated by the system where 3,5 compounds are in the position, are able to split water into oxygen and hydrogen. Hanabel will talk about it more. And there are a lot of progress done just if I talk here, this picture from a National Renewable Energy Laboratory. From 2010 up to now, there are a lot of progress done, and in 3,5 compound, in perovskite, etc. All are topic what research and development has to be done. This is one system what I want to show you here, with where we combine the photoelectrochemical solar cell here in the left, and the PV or electrode, which is power supplied by PV from the other side. This kind of system, I choose it here in order to think about it, and maybe we can discuss it during during this discussion, where you can combine both the artificial photosynthesis and the hydrogen production using PV panels. That's one thing what I have choose. We can discuss it later. Another problem is the proton exchange membrane is also another subject where we have to work on it. We have to develop it. I think in Morocco we have to work on this very, very seriously, and exceptionally to try different catalysts. Actually, the catalysts for the anode, like this one, ruthenium, platinum, etc., are expensive. We have to think about oxide, etc. Platinum with carbon-based, it's also, we have to find an alternative. The same thing for the other electrode. And also, in my opinion, in all our institute, we should have a workshop where we can make small prototype, like the one here, where you can make your own bipolar plate and to try it before to go to the industry. So in Morocco, I witness and I work with many groups where we are very, very excellent in terms of theoretical calculation. And I know many groups in Morocco, they have a long-standing theory on ab initio, density function theory, molecular dynamic, Monte Carlo, etc. And actually, we are very, very good in Morocco in this term. So fundamental research in terms of prediction is very good now. And actually, some colleagues start to think about machine learning in order to make the whole spectrum. And we will have a workshop, I think, next year about this with my colleague, Professor Ben Yousfin from Rabat. And we are working on this workshop to make machine learning and to combine with all different theory. And so this part where to evaluate and simulate and the modeling is really an expertise in Morocco. Narrowing down the choose based on processing and economic, that's a topic where if we have enough possibility in Morocco, we can do it. We need to do experiment for that. We have theory, we have to do some screening, etc. Then identifying the suitable material for photovoltaic and storage. That's one issue where we have also to work on it. There are many groups that are working on this now, but we are not in the top, and we have to be in the top. Then come the next step, which is research and development. Identification of failure mechanism and proof of concept. That's where we have to be normally in order to communicate with the industry and to go to startup, etc. And this is also, we have to work on it and we can discuss it. Now, I want to say is that the IRESEN, since 2011, they have boosted this research. And actually, there are projects by IRESEN on technology readiness level 4, and they can give fund to do more research. This means in Morocco, the Minister of Education and Research has to give possibility to do research in this part here, what I show you in my laser, in order that we can be able to do the work for technology readiness level TR for and to go forward. And this is actually, we are lucky that there are some universities, they have some possibility to go there and to present some project. But we can have better if we have more possibility. Then afterward, after the technology readiness level, we can go to the technology readiness 6, and the IRESEN is giving fund to push in this direction of prototyping and to go directly to the industry. That's the way we have to work, and I hope that during this discussion we can work in this direction. Now, at the end, I want first to thank you so much, to thank the organizers, because they have done wonderful work. All people behind the scene, they are doing very, very good work. And I want just to show this 4 item here. Hydrogen cost has to be competitive from production to the end use. Fuel cell electric vehicle can and I remember when you take the group or the leadership. So I heard that my connection is not stable enough.
Oh, it's fine. I could hear you very well.
Okay.
I think, yeah, I already appreciate the very kind introduction and also your appreciation during your talk. Yeah, but I could hear you very well right now.
Okay, okay. So I just want to say that we know each other since 20 years, and I know when you have made all facilities on the not evaporation, but organometallic deposition of 3,5 compound in HZB. I forget your boss at the time, he passed away, but I forget his name. Then you have
Frank Willig, you mean?
Yeah, genau. Yes, that's it. Mm-hmm. And I remember how perfect you made a lab and very fast. And I hope that you can help us in Morocco in this area through collaboration, cooperation, etc. So now you are professor in Illinois University of Technology Institute of Physics. I know also that you are organizing a workshop every 2 years, every year, Quansol, I guess. And
this is also summer school, yes.
Yes, and I hope that one day you will bring this summer school to Ben Gurion. And that means some people, they come from outside of Morocco, from inside, and to have this synergy, I hope. So your research, you have this intelligence to make cooperation in Germany, in the United States, and everywhere. and you come with a world record efficiency in terms of 3,5 compound, you will maybe say something about it. And also, finally, you, in terms of solar cell emitting the nature, artificial photosynthesis, we regret that our colleague and my friend Achim Leverens, he passed away. He was in Caltech, and I remember he invited me to come to Caltech to work with him, but I went to Qatar instead of Caltech, and I regretted a little bit, but anyway, that's another topic. So I will give you the floor. So please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you again and very much. And yeah, I'm very glad to contribute here always to the very impressive activities which I have followed in Morocco. This is really very good, and in really that sense which nowadays we need to go. And I hope this will go forward. And I would be very glad just to contribute. And yes, I think you already told many of the contents I'm working on and I'm dealing with my team here in Ilmenau in the group Fundamentals of Energy Materials. And in particular, I have fantastic co-workers, young scientists like Agnieszka Pajuk, she's very perfect in epitaxial growth and in now photoelectrochemistry also. And we have new PhDs in a couple of projects. I will refer to this soon. And also in the past with great PhD students like Matthias May, who has now an ME Noether program. And then in addition, we have fantastic partners. This is important at such a complex challenge, which we are facing to. It's even more complex than converting solar energy to electricity if we would like to convert it into solar fuels. And teams which we are strongly cooperating in the past and currently is the Joint Center of Artificial Photosynthesis, in particular Caltech, but also Berkeley Labs. With Harry Edwater at Caltech and Sophia Cheng and Matthias Richter. Also the Helmholtz Center Berlin for Materials and Energy, in particular Roel van der Kroll. And this is also a fantastic and historical collaboration. The same is with Fraunhofer ISE, with Frank Dimroth. I'm working together already for more than 20 years. And team players in his team are David Lackner and Jens Ohlmann. And beyond this, we also have more collaborative partners. I'm just summarizing here in Tokyo University, Professor Masakazu Sugiyama and Alex Romaniuk in Czech Republic. We have a long ongoing interaction with Azure Space, who are fabricating high-performance solar cells, but also for terrestrial application. In a frame of a new project by the Federal Ministry of Research and Education in Germany, we have a very nice cooperation with TU München, Ian Sharp, who was before also at JCAP at Berkeley Labs. And just saying that we have a very good funding situation right now with DFG and BMBF and so on. So going into the contents, you explained it already well, Ahmed. The conversion of sunlight, of solar radiation, of heat radiation into chemical fuels, solar fuels. This is really a step which nature has shown us, which is very, very successful in nature, but hard to understand and hard to reproduce here on our planet. artificially. So, and there's two ways. One is to provide free energy in form, for example, of electricity, and to convert this electric power into solar fuels. This is the two-step process. Different it is to do this directly, like an artificial leaf. This is the King's way, the direct way to convert sunlight like nature is doing. There is no wires, not different devices. There is just one artificial leaf, one photoelectrochemical device converting, like it is here nicely shown, solar radiation into solar fuels. And this can be done successfully with semiconductor devices, and this is a rather complex device. Attached on this are catalysts, and we have a surrounding by a solid liquid interface and the electrolyte. And finally, it is possible here at the cathodic reaction to produce hydrogen, and at the anodic reaction to produce oxygen. And this is the way we are trying to understand and to develop and to improve. And there is a couple of good reasons why this would be the King's way, the holy grail of photoelectrochemistry, to directly do this conversion. We have, of course, lower current densities if we do not concentrate solar light on a very high concentration. Even then, we have lower current densities than we have them at the solar radiation and electrolyzer combination. Then it is in principle thermodynamically more favorable to do this in this way, so we need less energy, total energy. Then, as I told, we have only one device which is independently scalable in all scales, like photovoltaics, small, middle, large systems. And we do not have additional electricity, no more circuit, it's just this one device. And we can, out of this, not only produce hydrogen, we can also produce fuels of higher complexity, like methane or methanol. And this is an issue which is even advanced, since there we need to have a high selectivity for the catalysts. And catalyst development is in general a big point here. At this solution with lower densities, this I did not explicitly say, we could also think about less precious catalysts than they are usually taken normally from ruthenium or rhodium or iridium or platinum. This is all very costly and precious catalysts, and in such a system here, it's possible to think about much less costly catalysts. Just to show you, I do not want to go in all details of this device. I just want to show you how complex it is. And this is even a reduced complexity, which I show you here. We have in the heart of everything a tandem cell. And I cannot show you this in educational slow motion, why we need a tandem. But it is possible to show this in 10 minutes, that you desperately need tandems to do this step, this conversion efficiently. So this is one very important point. Another very generic element is the interfaces. We already know this from many scientists, Nobel laureates, and so the interface is the device, and this holds even more true here. We have a lot of interfaces here, and one very critical one, which is the solid-liquid interface, semiconductor, catalysts, electrolyte, and gas development. So this is what you see here at the cathode. You see the tandem, you see the tunnel junction, you see the charge selective contacts, the catalysts themselves. The whole device suffers from low stability so far, and this is the most important point besides costs, which we need to work on. And here we have been successful recently in a very good cooperation. I already appreciated at the beginning of my talk with Caltech, which HZB, which Fraunhofer IRESEN. And this is what I want to show very quick here. One point besides others is in principle to have the appropriate semiconductors. They need to be very good semiconductors, and they need to have the appropriate band gaps, and that you can see here, band gap combinations, different ones, and you see in the highest efficiency, in the bull's eye, we need a certain combination of 1 EV band gap for the bottom and around 1.7 EV for the high band gap, and then we are very successful and can get even well beyond 20% solar to hydrogen efficiency, which is really great. We realized this one here, this tandem, where there's some space for improvement, but however, it's already a very good value to show it is worth to work on this topic here. There's many points. I don't want to go into the detail here. I already mentioned, like the catalyst activity, which is very important, the stability, which is very important. I just want to spend some more few words on the costs, since this is, of course, for all of us, the strongest parameter, since we need to drive this with our economy. And I also don't want to go into the detail of this slide. This is just a slide to motivate again that we have a high breakthrough technology. If we would combine the high performance semiconductors, 3-5 semiconductors, with the working horse of semiconductors, the silicon. So there's advantages which should be combined, and there is some success also recently to combine them. We are already working for a long time to understand this very difficult combination here. And together with Fraunhofer IRESEN has impressive results recently. This is also an older one nowadays. We have a new record here with an efficiency of almost 26%, which is already very good for the combination of C5 and silicon. This is really a major point, and where we have now a very nice new project working together to do a demonstrator with this 3-5 on silicon for hydrogen production. Just some more words here to show you. Of course, the costs nowadays for such a device, which we have realized is too high, of course. But we have seen in the success story of PV that it is possible to get the costs down by orders of magnitude by working on, and this is here just a picture, how costs could get down from this precious record device structures towards low-cost device structures by combining them firstly with silicon, then looking to all the parameters of the growth process of the silicon substrates, on the handling of all the materials involving waste management and the back end of line. So there is a lot of screws which we can drive and which could bring the costs down. Even low concentration could be one more parameter to do this, to get really competitive, cost-competitive costs for such devices. This I also jump over. It just should tell you that there is many different ideas how to use this. This is really future technology which is worth to work on, since this is different breakthrough technologies combined in one complex device. And just last but not least, I would like to show what should we do and how is the conclusion. We see it's a disruptive method to produce clean fuels. We need still research to support this, to bring this into the field. But there is already very good, how to say, very good starts to do this with demonstrator development, which we are actually working on. It's really the next generation technology, and it combines different expertise from different fields with different generic elements of research and development. This is the stability, the light harvesting elements, the optoelectronics behind this, the prototype, the demonstrator development, and of course, in total, we need to go into new fields of advanced characterization, like at solid liquid interfaces, for example, with synchrotron radiation. And so last but not least, I would like to thank you for inviting me here and for listening to and looking at this talk. Thank you.
So thank you for this overview, Professor Hannabel. I will now go to our gentleman, Professor Rashid. He's expert in thermal system and Power-to-X at IRESEN. And since 2018, but before he worked on in Mazen and also in France. And actually his focus is bioenergy, hydrogen, energy storage. And I think he will be, as far as I believe, I know, he is the driving force for this Power-to-X in IRESEN in Belgrade. And I give him the floor and I wish him a lot of success.
Thank you very much, Professor Anawi. It's really an honor that you give me by this kind introduction. It's really a teamwork here in Morocco, and we are really happy to see that Morocco now is put on the radar not only as a future exporter of green molecules, but also a contributor and a strong partner for developing pilot and industrial projects together with our partners in Europe and beyond. So my talk will be less technical, scientifically, let's say, prestigious, but the idea is to present to the participants the vision that we have through the implementation of an R&D platform dedicated to Power-to-X and green hydrogen and applications called Green H2A. So we would like this platform to be a sort of technological back office and an R&D hub for the Power-to-X ecosystem, both in Morocco and also together in partnership with our countries, other countries that will collaborate on this subject. So without further ado, I will start my slide. I hope everything is okay, technically speaking. I see that my screen is shared, so yeah. So this platform is part of a network, a national network of R&D platforms that are already being initiated by IRESEN under the umbrella of the ministry, but also with the strong support of our strategic partner OCP and University Mohammed VI Polytechnic and its ecosystem. And now we are the third platform being under preparation to be launched next year, inshallah, as we say here in Morocco, if everything is all right. After after two successful launches of two platforms in Ben Gurion as well. The first one, the Green Energy Park, inaugurated in early 2017, but also the Green and Smart Building Park that has been finalized this year and is already operational. As all the platforms, since our, let's say, goal is to bridge the gap between the early stage R&D in university and also the industry and the market, or the industrial ecosystem, the idea is also to benefit from the, as you said, Professor Nawi, from the Moroccan expertise locally in material science, in material modeling, etc. Both from Moroccan eminent scientists in Morocco, but also in the diaspora like yourself and other many brilliant minds that would like also to gather around this project. And the idea also by involving industrials such as OCP and others like private people from the private sector, we can scale up successfully the first, let's say, industrial references project in Morocco. So this is a vision on how we see this platform, a mixture between indoor labs and outdoor open sky labs, if I may express myself this way, in order to test, to qualify, but also to try to understand and help scale up technologies on complementary sizes, probably to go up to the megawatt scale in the outdoor demo or pilot units. And our focus here is really, for the short term, is really to understand the whole main, let's say, technology bricks being involved into the green hydrogen and its application, Power-to-X value chain. So we are focused on the upstream by understanding and trying to figure out what would be the better mixture or hybridization between renewable power in order to qualify or to have the more capacity factor for the energizing, let's say, the next critical path component, which is the electrolyzers. So we need to exploit them at optimal, let's say, conditions. But also we are focusing as well on the downstream in terms of applications, especially for Morocco, two main applications, the ammonia synthesis, since we are a big actor in the phosphate economy, but also methanol and other e-fuels or e-molecules or green molecules in order to orient them to the export. And ammonia, by the way, is also a nice vector to export hydrogen to the offtake markets. So the idea, as I said, is really to take the train as quickly as possible and not to double the R&D that is already being done by other prestigious, let's say, centers, but to be, let's say, complementary, and also to train and to have expertise locally to be able to engage very quickly into very important projects together with international, let's say, partners. And then in the second time, the objective is to decide on what would be our R&D roadmap, given the priorities of Morocco, but also with the, let's say, the partners that will be for sure involved in the governance of this green hydrogen and application platform, Green H2A. So really, very quickly, a presentation of a portfolio that we have developed since like 2 years now, a little bit more, but some portfolio that we have already started, besides the work we have been doing in terms of studies and PowerPoint, etc. So we are also preparing not only the PowerPoint, but also the power plants. So it's my pleasure now to present you some briefs on key projects that we are working on. The first one is a sort of an in-house project that is funded by IRESEN, which aims towards the setup of a Power-to-X micropilot unit. So we have already acquired the electrolyzers that is now being installed in Ben Gurion, but also we are working on the whole chain value. The idea is really to have a small tool for research and training. So we have a capacity around 20 kilowatt electric, but we would like also we are already working, on the upstream. So we have modeled a little bit some optimization of hybridization. We have some in-house models for the electrolyzer parts, but also we have already started simulation of production of green ammonia and green methanol here under a variable electricity. Second project is that will be launched hopefully in the quarter of next year, quarter one of next year, is the hydrogen storage in the salt caverns. This is really, for the specialists that already know, this is a key issue. Storage of hydrogen going from those spheres and those cylinders is really key, because it can cost a lot, because those storage units are based on steel and it's expensive. But if we can use some already existing salt caverns that are quite free, but also huge in terms of capacity. So this gives us really a very competitive way of storing and handling hydrogen for exports or for domestic use. So this is also a project together with SOMAS, which have already 3 salt caverns in Mohammedia, in the region of Mohammedia. I think they are already exploiting one of them, and we are engaged together with the University of Notofail, HDF in France, and Enagaz in Spain into research projects to start a sort of feasibility study of using those salt caverns for storage here in Morocco. Second, let's say, key project, this was one of the first projects that we have promoted together with our colleagues and partners from OCP, which is the green ammonia pilot project of a capacity around 4 megawatts electric and around 4 tons per day. And the idea, together with our partners from Green Energy Park, Fraunhofer, University of Mohammed VI Polytechnic, and JESA, the idea is really to assess the technology and not to wait for big projects to come, but really to have hands-on. This is really a strategic view from OCP, and also always in mind to have this scale-up opportunities that may arise very quickly, depending, of course, on the cost, as Professor Hannabel have recalled. And this is a project being supported by the BMZ, so the cooperation, the Federal Ministry of Cooperation and of Economic Cooperation in Germany, but via also the KfW. Third project now ongoing is what we call PTX Pathways, and this is a project of power to liquid. So the idea is to have a pilot unit here in Morocco to produce liquids that comes from hydrogen, green hydrogen, but also combined with CO2 extracted either from the air, direct air extraction, or from an existing chemical plant like a cemetery or any other plant producing carbon. And the idea is also to assess technologies, to see also the perspectives, but also to assess the feasibility of the markets, and especially into both for the domestic and also for the export. And this is a project that is being supported by the BMU, the Federal Ministry, Federal German Ministry of Environment. Last projects that I will give you a brief on is MENA-Link project. This is also just at the beginning of the scoping mission of the projects. We have also a partnership with the Navigant Islamic Bank of Development, Alcor, AG, Edis Rekre, and Fraunhofer, Easy, Renak, Shura in Turkey, and also Jordan. So this is the idea is really to link ambitious renewable energy development and efficient sector sector coupling in the MENA region. So we have contributors or partners from Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Turkey, and Germany. So quite a good consortium, and the idea is really to have a holistic view, both from the technology demonstration part, but also policy, funding, and also the capacity building, etc. Last point of my presentation is I want also to give you some preliminary results that we are having concerning some technical economic assessments we have already done with my colleagues here in Morocco about implementation of projects on Power-to-X. So this is what I told you. The idea was really to tackle the whole value chain from the upstream and the mixing of renewables until the simulation or the chemical applications. And here you have some slides that are extracted from an ongoing work about the comparison between two sites. And here let's say, to give you some idea, the size is around 5 megawatt scale. Of electrolysis, and the capital, let's say, expenses is around 15 million euros. So we have the same capex, and for two different sites we can achieve. We see here that for just by changing the site for the same capex exactly and the same size, we can have interesting prices for the kilogram of hydrogen, or cost of kilogram of hydrogen between two sites, and also depending on the configuration that we give in terms of the unmet hydrogen load. So, also an interesting point is to see the contrast between the two sides. The side of the north is mainly composing his hybridization from renewable energy by wind, whereas the southern sides, the majority, one third to 2/3, is through the photovoltaic. So this is quite interesting, and we are continuing the study now for a 100 megawatt scale plant. Another aspect which is really also interesting is the factor or the electrolyzer's load, depending on the day of the year, etc. So here we have a comparison between the two sites, sites to the north and the sites to the south, in terms of capacity factor for the electrolyzers or the load factor of the electrolyzers. And here it can be also interesting when we would like to choose between technologies, because we know that there is alkaline, PEM, and high temperature technologies. Here we can see that, for example, for some technologies that but that are not really designed to low load factors, that cannot be probably useful or relevant for some cases when we have very low load factors. Here also a very interesting aspect on the sizing of the buffer of this hydrogen storage that I have started to speak with, because this is really key. Because as you know, everyone, industrial processes or chemical processes that we would like to make green are generally 24/7 processes, so they don't need to stop in order to be competitive and also to maximize the OPEX. So the idea here with the renewables, since the electricity will be variable, is also to really conceive and have a very good design of the buffer of the storage of hydrogen. We cannot downsize it, because then we will have interruptions in the chemical plant, but we cannot neither oversize it, because we will have a very big capex. So the idea is to find really a compromise, a win-win situation where we can have an estimation of what would be the optimal size of storage. Here you can see, for example, that optimum size can be around 600 cubic meters for hydrogen for this around 5 megawatt plant, which is really interesting. And also you can see if we would like to have very continuous production without having a buffer, then the storage can be up to 2,000, let's say, cubic meters. So this is really a key element that we've got here, and I wanted to share this with you. And as I told you, work is really continuing with my colleagues to go to further scales. So with this, I would like to thank you very much for your time and being so kind to listen to me. And I would like, most and foremost, thank my colleagues in the team, Nohaila, Ayoub, Ilham, and Osama, but also other colleagues, Abdul Taif and Fatem Zahra, and all the PhD and students, master students that helped elaborate this work. Thank you very much to all of you.
So thank you, Rashid, for this overview of the new facilities and new work from IRESEN. Obviously, IRESEN have made a huge progress, and I see that this is our graduate students in Morocco are fortunate to have IRESEN, where they can make their training for their master degree, PhD, and work there. That's from one side, and we know already that there are many students that come to the Ben Guerir. It's a hub now, and actually I see that you have done a lot of progress, and also I witnessed that you have a big cooperation with Europe, with Germany, Fraunhofer, and so on. This is a very important example for other institutions. So I will come back to you to discuss in detail many issues, but I want to go to Professor Dinoun Safiawi from Casablanca. Do you hear me? So Professor Dinoun is a professor at Hassan II University in Casablanca. He is an expert in renewable energy, plasma physics fusion, desalination of brackish and seawater. At present, Professor Safiawi is director of the Renewable Energy and Dynamic System Laboratory at Hassan II University. He is coordinator of multi-source system combined renewable energy and hydrogen project in order to supreme intermittency energy system. I want to thank Professor Dinoun. I know him since many years, and he's working very hard, and the floor is yours. Professor Dinoun.
Assalamu alaikum. Ahmed,
go ahead.
You see my presentation?
Yes, sure.
Sure, good. Assalamu alaikum, Bada. I am very happy to participate in Power2X like a speaker on one hydrogen technology for mobile systems and innovation. First, we want thanks to collaborators and partners. My thanks go to Mr. Badr Iken Samir Rashidi for discussing collaboration and invitation as speaker in Power2X Summit. In second, as well as to Vice President of OCP Kharibga, Mr. Alwani, and Mr. Swelhi, Director of General Simadi in Jorfsfar, for their support and collaboration. Also, my thanks also go to my colleagues in our laboratory and industrial company. Summary of my presentation. First, we discussed multi-source system based on renewable energies and hydrogen. In first part, we discussed hybrid, car, battery, and fuel cell. In the second, hybrid scooter, battery, and fuel cell. In three parts, methanol, ethanol, or ammonia for gasoline engine. In four parts, hybrid car, fuel cell, and ammonia. In final, 5 automobile desalination plant in the Green Park, supplied by multi-source system on renewable energies and hydrogen. In our laboratory, we are developing within framework of the project funded by Hassan II University on multi-sources systems based on renewable energies and hydrogen to supply desalination plant. Multi-source is composed by 14 kilowatt peak and 18,000 18,000 ampere producing the three phases in order to augment one unit of desalination. Also, our system.
Excuse me, can you make full screen? Downstairs, and then you just make full screen.
Good.
Yes. Yes, good.
That is the storage from solar energy, the battery with 18 ampere producing the three phases in order to augment the unit of desalination. That is the principal element of our systems, multi-sources. That is the principal element in our multi-source systems. We add 1 kilowatt fuel cell in order to reduce the intermittence of renewable energies. That is the system united desalination alimented by our multi-source systems added with fuel cell in order to desalinate the brackish water for producing the potable water. In the second part, we have studied the car hydrogen and electrical car hybrids by hydrogen. Here we have one car, hydrogen car, that is completely alimented by fuel cell. In the picture we have the system. We have one electric motor alimented by fuel cell with hydrogen tank. Also, alors, in emission is very good. In emission, we have on water and head. In the second situation, here we have a car hybridized by electrical car hybridized by hydrogen. In the diagram, we have hydrogen tank, fuel cell stack, battery, control motor, et electric motor. In three parts, we have also experimented the hybridization of the scooter battery with the fuel cell to increase the autonomy scooter. On the road, the autonomy depends on the reserve of hydrogen. Like cars, the autonomy of cars, for example, here, one car's here, the autonomy crisis. In order, if I have the reserve of hydrogen, you can crisis the autonomy. Here we show the picture diagram of one scooter hybridized by hydrogen. So you have hydrogen tank, you have battery, you have fuel cell. Fuel cell give current for motor. In three parts, we have studied the fuel mixing of a thermal engine. in this study, we have mixed transformation that represent how we do gas and gasoline. Now we're working on hybridization of the gas and, excuse me. In this study, we study hybridization, for example, gasoline with methanol, or gasoline with ethanol, with the right of mixing is allowed here to rise in mixing. Moment, please. We mix alors the gasoline with the ethanol or methanol with one calculated of unit of mass of gasoline and methanol, 15% for gasoline and 85% for methanol. The gasoline accelerates the combustion of ethanol. Here we have in this picture one car consuming the ethanol or methanol. In the right, we have process producing the methanol or ethanol. Also, in our laboratory, you have a motor of gasoline. With this motor, we experiment mixing ethanol with diesel with a percentage 15% for gasoline and 85% for ethanol. Also, we go to another experiment mixing ammonia with diesel. Also, experiment the motor alimented motor with the heat produced by cracking of ammonia. Our aim in the experiment is to encourage farmers to make and use ethanol and methanol as fuel for their agriculture machinery on their farms. In the fourth part, we study the hybridization of car battery with the fuel cell in order to increase the autonomy of car on the road if you have a reserve of hydrogen bottles. Here we have a car. Here we present the study of hybridization of the fuel cell and the heat engine that consume ammonia, heat produced by the cracking ammonia. In the process, you have electrolysis, for example, producing hydrogen alimented by renewable energy like solar energy and wind energy, producing hydrogen for fuel cell giving electricity for electrical motor. Other motor can be function with the heat producing from cracking ammonia, producing in one reactor synthesis of ammonia. As part of this innovation, we have deposed one patent, the heat engine that works with two possibilities, mixture of 15% diesel and 84% ammoniac, or thermal engine that works some percent with the heat coming from cracking ammonia. With my parts in OCP, Mr. Alwani and Mr. Swalhi, the OCP developed a prototype in order to synthesize ammonia for many applications. First application, fertilizers, engine, UCP information, UCP import 2 million tons of ammonia. Our objective is reduce importation of ammonia by OCP in Morocco with this development of this reaction. And final, we have one program I discussed with Professor Badr. In the future, we develop one installation of desalination of brackish water in the hydric basin, Bhera, Hamna. What basin is Green Park, Belgrade, in collaboration with OCP, MCSP Foundation, OCP IRESEN, EH2, Faculty of Sciences Casablanca. This operation is composed, this process is composed by 20 kilo solar energy, 10 kilo wind energy, alimented the electrodes with power 20 kilo. After the electrodes producing the energy for fuel cell alimented one unit for desalination in order to produce 15 meters squared per hour. We have patent deposits in on-peak for conception system. Here we show the process of desalination of brackish water. The process is composed by forage, after pumping, after operation.
We still have 2 minutes.
Huh?
2 minutes.
Oh, good. After we go to filtration, vertical filtration. After we have nanofiltration. After we have osmosis inverse giving water with 0.5 gram by liter. That is very good result for desalination. This operation can help many people in Hamna or in Morocco in order to have two possibilities of potable water or irrigation water. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this overview on your activities, research and education also, and in good harmony with the community and what's the need in Morocco. And this is an example of a professor at the university who did his good job. Thank you very much. So I will go to my colleague, Professor Hisham Ben Youssef. He is Associate Professor at High Throughput Multidisciplinary Research Laboratory at Mohammed VI Polytechnic University. As you know, University Mohammed VI is a new university in Belgrade, close to IRESEN, and with a high collaboration with IRESEN as well. Ben Youssef, Hisham Ben Youssef, he developed a wide expertise on physicochemical analysis technique and electrochemical technique as well, and polymer and composite material processing. So his field of entry is fuel solar cell and related subject. His research actually focused on the development of a new smart material for different applications, such as membrane technology, sensor, coating, electrochemical energy storage and conversion, fuel cell batteries toward competitive target. Thank you, Professor Hisham, for coming, and we are looking forward to hear your activities, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Professor Nawi. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this nice introduction. I had the pleasure to meet you once in person in Rabat 2 years ago, and since then we didn't meet. But I hope that it will be not the last time to meet you in Ben Guerir next time you are here. Then thank you also, dear colleagues, audience. My presentation will be, let's say, related to technology, fuel cells as a key technology, hydrogen ecosystem, and emerging economy. I think there were a lot of discussions about the Power-to-X, and then I think fuel cell is a key. Is a key in that sense to link some parts. I would like to start first with some facts, which are, I think, well known and expressed every time. Let's say the transport counts for a quarter of the CO2 emissions. We have a lot of air pollutions, and now there are discussions always about the health and the impact on and also the connection with the premature deaths in Europe or in some countries, which is quite rather scary when you see the numbers. Also, there are, as I mentioned, and I was facing that, a lot of cities, especially in Europe, also in recent years, they are forced to shut down their roads, traffic, due to the concentration of pollutants. And this also is a fact, a matter of really increase of this or damage of the let's say, of these pollutants related to the transportations. Of course, everybody agrees that there is an urgent actions plan which must roll up to develop clean renewable energies and zero emission transportation. I think when you see all the scenarios which are already, let's say, broad and strategies, all, let's say, converge to the fact that also hydrogen will be a key player toward this decarbonization, which everybody talks about. And matter of fact, when I'm looking now to I was taking yesterday to check the members of the Hydrogen Council. You can see that that consensus is quite clear that also hydrogen and green hydrogen especially will be definitely part of the future scenarios, and also will be part of sustainable energy ecosystem. And it's interesting also for me when I see also some names here to check the members. You can see that even petrochemical world leaders like Aramco in Saudi Arabia, Sinopec in China, and Shell also are part in it, let's say, and they are partners in this council with the other automotive companies like Toyota and others also in Korea. I like to let's say to express some key properties. People are also talking about really regulations, safety, and so on related to hydrogen, which is quite will be also a part of the discussions in the coming, let's say, years in Morocco. If we are going to this kind of technology, new technology, the fact is that hydrogen also is having some physical properties which are to be taken seriously. Even they are well controlled since, how to say, years and years. The physical properties related to the difficulty to contain it, because it's really the smallest of all molecules, let's say. Also, it has extremely low density at normal, let's say, temperature and pressure. Of course, the chemical properties related to the high flammability, as I mentioned, this explosivity or the explosive mixture with air from 4% to 75%. And of course, we don't let's say, forget the ignition energy also, which is extremely low. Also, matter of fact, it has also some let's say other compatibilities issues, but especially with some alloys and which are quite known for titanium, nickel, and other stuff. Just looking back, let's say, to the history, I liked always to mention this, let's say, years where the story began with Johann Wilhelm Ritter in 1800, and then afterwards the Christian Friedrich Schönbein for the discovery of fuel cells in 1838. But it is not possible to forget also the Jules Verne, let's say, and the famous, let's say, statement, "Water is the coal of the future." And I think it's quite premonitory to see this kind of statements in this century. Of course, the fuel cells as an efficient conversion technology, it's and as a clean energy carrier to reduce CO2 emissions, will contribute for sure to this ecosystem, which is now starting to be built. As you can see, we have a lot of, in my opinion, a lot of applications which were already demonstrated and prototypes validated in a large extent. Let's say, how do you say, military, stationary, and others, really, even for this fuel cell powered minibar for trains operators and so on. But it's difficult was difficult or still difficult to level up the market in a consistent way and a sustainable way. I see also a lot of directions toward also going towards, let's say, the use of beyond or going beyond the traditional, let's say, use of hydrogen with some opportunities, and especially the ones in Germany. I see some rail or train already operating, and which was having a clearance, which is quite a good, let's say, point in the legislative or the policy for the policymakers. And also other projects are appearing in that sense for maritime and so on. I think if I go more into the let's say the transportation issue, let's say sector, we have really there is a lot of or the worldwide attraction to this technology, but especially I made here selection of some tracks which are now commercialized, and recently I think Hyundai was really shipping a lot of these tracks in Europe and in some countries. And it's quite nicely seen that we are, let's say, hitting this part, even though the cost and availability of hydrogen and also other factors related to the policies, it's really, and regulations has to be still addressed and to be well shaped. In reality, fuel cells are always hybridized, and maybe my colleagues, also the professor before me, he was also commenting some mixture or mix of things, batteries and so on. And it's in reality, it's related also to this, let's say, the hybridization of this electrochemical device is related also to their, let's say, specifications. And as I mentioned here in this Ragon plot, that when you have a fuel cell, you might, let's say, drive for a long and continuous load, let's say. And of course, while you are stopping, you can charge your battery, and think of it also when you want to restart. I think supercapacitor is a good starter, and you can really get a punch to start and be in action. And of course, here I mentioned some comparison between these three technologies. And of course, still for fuel cell, the high cost it's quite big. Now, if I go into detail now to the heart of this proton exchange membrane fuel cell, which is used in automotive applications, of course, it's conducting electrolyte. It allows for charge separation, but as you can see it here, the half cell reactions take place at the catalytic sites of the electrodes, and we have one side, let's say the hydrogen oxidation occurs, and then we have in the cathode side we have the oxygen reduction reaction, and of course the setup is quite shown here. You have always a membrane, you have electrodes, supported catalysts, and then afterwards you have also the bipolar plates, which are normally making the MEA cell or single cell, let's say. Now, if we go to let's say more detail, we have to have in mind that when, for example, car makers, they are discussing let's say, a specification on more related basics to the stack scale. And of course, when we want to study, really understand also all the phenomena of degradations, also chemical degradations, mechanical degradations, for example, catalyst dissolutions, or even pinhole formations in the membranes, we need to have a deep diving on the microstructural or the micro scale, and of course linking it afterwards also to the cell scale. Now if we look now into deep to the different phenomenons, we have of course a lot of phenomenons of transport, of reactants, complicated, let's say, complex processes related to different diffusive and convection phenomenon. But of course, the most important part is really the separation phase, of course, of these two phases between the flow of the gases and also the flow back of the liquid in that sense. I will not go into details to explain all this. That I want just to go to the, let's say, to the part related to, as I mentioned, the heart of the system. Also, it was mentioned by Professor Nawi, is the proton exchange membrane, and it has to fulfill, let's say, two main, let's say, functionalities: transport the protons and also separate two compartments, because we are talking about electrochemical device which has two sides, let's say, anode and cathode, or positive and negative. It has to be chemically stable against oxidative species, thermally stable and mechanically stable. Now, just for when we go to let's say, discuss about this, one of the main challenges, as mentioned, also is the stability or this polymer electrolyte or this proton exchange membrane. And one of the idea really to focus in really on developing tools to follow up in situ this degradation, to see what is happening there. And until now, I think there is no clear message on how these synergies between chemicals, mechanicals, and thermal degradation is occurring, and what are the synergies between these phenomena. But the fact is that, as you can see it here, after 2000 hours, you see that most of the surface is quite still not degraded in terms of unique species, but mechanically it failed after that. Just a matter of fact, if you go also to check on the state of the art, which is the Nafion, which is most used now, we know that there are a lot of let's say species which are because of the oxygen, we create a lot of reactive species. And then the idea is to really produce some kind of stabilizing agents which can be acting as a scavenger from these reactive species. And in that sense, I show you here the recent work of this year we have done, and the idea was really to make some kind of functionalization or double functionalization based on a concept to graft really two different materials and to have really functionality A and B in the same time. And of course, the process is continuous, versatile, and also it was quite straightforward. Just to do some tests or to validate the procedure, we just compare this material with the standard, really other material based on fluorinated material, fluorinated film, and compare it with the state-of-the-art Nafia. And as you can see it here, really the standard and these new materials is quite similar, and also the constructed morphology allowed us to really to see that the similarity between both are quite visible. We did also some durability tests, and as you can see here, for over 1,800 hours, it was quite clear that this material is stable in the fuel cell conditions, of course, single cells. And also the most important part, which we were aiming to, is really the introduction of this barrier of gas, or the reducing the gas crossover. And as you can see it here, we have really lower values and constant values during all the testing time in comparison with standard, really standard state-of-the-art membrane. I think with that, I don't want to go into detail and take much time. I also started to look up a bit on what's going on in Africa. And as I mentioned, I think so far South Africa is the unique and leader, let's say, in the field in the continent. I think we can thank for that the platinum mining sector they have there. Of course, we have also let's say the fuel cell production continues also to increase in Europe and other countries. And I think South Africa is positioning itself because of this, let's say, the platinum in a critical way in the supply chain. And they are there, and they will be, I think, for the next years. When I looked a bit into a Moroccan context before ending up my presentation, as you can see it here, I think so far I saw only one first demonstrator, or last demonstrator maybe, which was in 2012 in my, let's say, so far I came across. And then it's accommodate really for the stage of unique installed demonstrator, which was really a mix between wind and hydrogen fuel cell system to see the intermittence, see between the excess and generation of electricity. Just the last slide. I wanted to express my thanks to the colleagues from IRESEN to inviting me, and of course we are aiming together to really build up really fuel cell and hydrogen technology test facilities in Morocco. I think the idea is to really, for us, especially to form qualified professionals and in Morocco with relevant expertise for this new technology. And this is needs really or require human skills and expertise. And this is quite, I think, a good point to go for. Of course, this will help us to accelerate the development of this technology on the next decade in Morocco. Of course, with the help of our partners from Germany and other countries, I think I think this public-private partnership we are starting, and we launched some projects together, PhD projects with IRESEN. I think it's only the beginning of a long story of collaboration. And before finishing, I would like also to express my gratitude to some co-authors and co-colleagues, mentors, Dr. Gunther Scherer, Dr. Lawrence Kubler, Dr. Dirk Hinkensmeyer, and also Balok Shander, Dr. Balok Shander also. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this nice overview and for the state of the art. Also, I believe that IRESEN together with University Mohammed VI and maybe other partner will make a competence center in Morocco for fuel cell. And also I'm thinking about also competence center for battery, lithium battery storage and all this stuff in Ben Guerir to really complete this hub of science and technique in Ben Guerir. Thank to all of you. I will give now the floor to last but not least speaker, so Sepai. I hope he's online. So I will give his biography. Please?
I'm here, yes.
Okay, so you can share your presentation. Meanwhile, I will present you. So you are a chemist and you work in Technical University Dresden on project related to energy conversion. In 2013, you start to work at Fraunhofer Institute for Interfacial Engineering and Biotechnology, IGB, at the Straubing branch. You take part in the acquisition, management, and processing of several public and direct industrial projects related to carbon dioxide, energy, and biomass. I think your talk on potential carbon capture and utilization cooperation with Morocco, OCP, and IRESEN is a very important, and we will love to hear from you your conventional methanol with biologic methanol. So the floor is yours, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the kind introduction, and I would also like to thank to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present our competences in CO2 conversion to fuels and chemicals. Now I had to switch off my camera because the bandwidth is pretty low, and it is either sound or voice and nothing.
Okay.
So that's why I'm sorry that you cannot see me on the camera. Hopefully the bandwidth is still okay until the end. If not, then I will have to restart it again. Do you see my screen?
Yes, we see.
Okay, fine.
Leonard, if you could just remove the right band from your PDF. If you click on the arrow, I don't know if you can see it, in the middle of the screen. No, horizontal arrow. Sorry, it's on your left. Again, in the left. Sorry.
Oh yeah, this one.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, so it's always good to be towards the end of a conference because all the previous speakers have concepts like technologiness level and hydrogen and the necessity for doing all these kind of things. So that gives me a quite good introduction, and I can build on these concepts and to get directly to the point of my presentation. So here I just summarize up what is actually how does the knowledge go from academic research to industrial production. This is a very long way, And unfortunately, as you can see on this figure, the investment is also not evenly distributed between the different levels. And there's a quite significant gap in between, and Fraunhofer is as such as Fraunhofer society as a whole developed processes to fill the gap between academia and industry. There's also another minimum curve which is shown up here in this part, and this is actually also cash flow curve, which shows that in the beginning you need to invest quite a significant amount of money, and once the system runs and it starts to produce the products and the products are commercialized, then this goes upwards. And depending on the scale, of course, the thickness of these curves can be different. For some of them, it might be that the zero is never crossed, and this is, of course, not optimal. The objective is always to cross somewhere the zero, so that the system starts to produce to pay back the investment and to produce profit. We have to consider these developments also, of course, from the dimensions of the sustainable development, which is on one hand aspects of economy. Ecology is that we know very well, and we have heard about it in the last days, and also the social aspects of the development. So we are focusing our attention among all these three aspects. So now going to Fraunhofer IGB, we are a relatively large institute spread across Germany. The headquarters is located in Stuttgart. There is a site in Leuna, and our branch IGB Biocat is located in Straubing. This is the youngest branch. We started a little bit more than 10 years ago as a greenfield project, so to say, because as you can see here at the corner of the building, it has been really erected from a greenfield, and since then we have established ourselves as an institute which focuses on the work on the research and development for processes to convert carbon dioxide and biomass into energy carriers and chemicals. Although this is something that many other research centers do, our philosophy was to bring under one roof competences from chemistry and biology, and to combine chemical and biotechnological processes in order to enhance the efficiency of these processes. The methanol synthesis is, of course, a very prominent pathway towards achieving these goals, because methanol is a compound that can be transported very easily, and it can be blended also easily into fuels. But we also convert further the methanol into fuels which are drop-in fuels, which have a much higher energy density compared to methanol, and it can be used directly in systems and in transportation equipments which cannot handle methanol. This is, for example, the aviation. Their methanol, for example, is completely not possible to implement. They need liquid fuels, hydrocarbons, which are compatible with their own systems. On the other, methanol can be converted also relatively easily by biotechnological processes into compounds which are chemically not really possible to be prepared, and we address also these processes in our projects. Now to quick start into our competences in methanol synthesis. We started, of course, on the catalyst level. We produced some materials, and as you can see here, our third catalyst has approached already in 90% the state-of-the-art industrial catalyst, which has been developed over 50, 60 years. So that shows how steep is our learning curve, and how fast can we go on with these kind of developments. Of course, in the meantime, we have reached also other milestones. For example, we have made possible to turn this catalyst synthesis from batch operation mode into continuous mode, which means quite a significant saving in time and also OPEX, because the reactor produces much more catalyst in the same amount of time, and that means also that the energy demand for this synthesis per kilogram material can be reduced very, very significantly. Then we have set up our lab in order to enable the chemical conversion of hydrogen, CO2, and even syngas mixtures towards methanol. These systems enable also to perform water gas shift, steam reforming, so to look at the intermediate steps of methanol synthesis, but also to look at the downstream processing of methanol to olefin, conversion of olefin to diesel, and to convert methanol into diesel gasoline in one cascade reaction that is being enabled by this extendable reactor units that we have here. We also got a quite large reactor system that enables all these reactions also in parallelized manner. That means we can speed up the data acquisition in this system, in which we have 4 parallel channels. We have also an online GC-MS analytics, and that speeds up very much the data acquisition. This system is also enables us to do research and development on the catalyst level for ammonia synthesis as well. We've got also a parallel screening unit for batch operation. This is a conventional autoclave system that enables also methanol synthesis and related reactions too. Then we built up the equipments for biocatalytic further conversion of methanol from small few 10 milliliter scale up to 40 liter. And at our colleagues in CBP Leuna, they have also a cascade which starts from 10 liter and it goes up to 10 cubic meter. So we can cover a very, very large interval of scales which is needed for piloting these processes. And then when we were almost ready with all these preparatory work to set up equipments and competences, the colleagues from DECHEMA, they have finished their economic estimations on the methanol synthesis unit, synthesis process, and they came up with this little table that shows the cost estimates on renewable methanol synthesis in function of the electricity price and also in function of the operation time over the year. And when we put that price matrix in comparison with the market price of petrochemical methanol, then we see that we have here three areas. The economically viable area is only in this corner with very low electricity price of 10 euros per megawatt hour and pretty long operation time, over 5,000 hours per year. Then we have marginally viable areas that is around here. If we would have a high crude oil price, and that is and the intermediate sector that would cover already 3,000 hour operation. And then we also have quite large areas in this price matrix which are at the current prices not viable, and that is because of high electricity price, and also we would need to have long operational times. In the same work, they also identified what are the vectors for economic viability. Of course, we would need to have access to cheap electricity, concentrated CO2 source, and high load factors over the year that we have seen it here, and long operation time over the year. And this is in most of the geographies in Europe unfortunately not possible, and that's why we looked at what could we do to make this still profitable business also in European landscape. And that's why we developed this combined chemical biotechnological process, which is basically relatively simple combination of conventional methanol synthesis from CO2 and hydrogen with the fermentative further conversion of methanol. And I would not go now into details, but this is how it looks like. The methanol synthesis takes part in this box here, and then after condensing the methanol, we simply feed it into the fermenter, and you can see that after a while the microorganisms which are in this fermenter, they start to convert it, and they formed CO2 based terpene.
You have 2 minutes.
Yeah. Something happened here, just a second. The product spectrum is pretty large. We can tune the microorganisms to produce all these organic compounds, which are used in the industry for various purposes. And most importantly, their market price is well over the methanol market price, and that makes the business case suitable also for small scale and remote operation of CO2 conversion. As you can see, we have a much larger market price, and that enables us to have a positive net present value for such kind of combined processes. Here we have summarized up the technical advantages of this process. Most of them I have already mentioned. Most importantly, that we don't have to separate methanol from water. The second step, the fermentation runs at 30 degrees, and this makes it all very interesting from a technological point of view. Now, half a minute for our project that was running in parallel here. We have this idea that we set up to convert hydrogen and CO2 into methanol, feed it into a direct methanol fuel cell, then that releases the energy into various applications. It releases also the CO2, and then we, with the use of renewable electricity, we get the hydrogen, and we make this circular process. On the other hand, we have also a big EU project that is now in the final phase. Here, our idea was to convert electrochemically the CO2 into ethylene on the cathode side, and on the anode side to get hydrogen peroxide from water, merge these two things into ethylene epoxide, and then finally to convert the epoxide into ethylene glycol. As you can see, the market for all these organic compounds is pretty large, and it is growing. So there's a real big market for all these products. Finally, I would like to conclude my talk by referencing the cooperation with Morocco, which was already introduced in the previous talks. This is the green ammonia project, which was started about 2 years ago. In early 2019, we have presented our study on green ammonia production, and since then the cooperation goes on further, and we are very happy to be able to cooperate with the Moroccan stakeholders, and we hope for the good continuation and extension of all these cooperation. And with that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this very interesting talk on methanol business. I think your competitive results are very good, and also your electrochemical CO2 reduction, the new project to find ethylene glycol is also very important, and also the fact that you have already cooperation with IRESEN and University Mohammed VI is amazing. And this kind of project, this kind of research and prototype is not only for Morocco, but also for the whole Africa will be interesting. So I will open the floor for all of us I want to start with Thomas Hannibal because he has to leave, I think, in a few minutes, just to give his overview about all these research, since he has also a vision on regarding the program in Germany, portfolio in Germany on fuel cell, on his own research on ethanol. Maybe he can give us some highlight. And we have some general questions like the key result of scientific research in Power-to-X as well. So the floor is yours if you can tell us something, Professor Hannibal.
Yeah, as I already was mentioning in my presentation, there is the whole area of photoelectrochemistry. And the question which arises and which needs to be discussed, I think, is how to bring this into the application. How far is it away? I think we are in a range, what we are discussing here, where we are dealing with technologies which need to be developed and which are at different states of the TRL, of the technology readiness level. And I think it's like maybe comparable to how to deal with the corona pandemic, since we need to do things which are right now developed, but we are under urgent pressure, and there is some high potential for applying it, but we need to estimate and to see when and what do we apply where. And I think this is the one part of the discussion. What are the drivers for different technologies? So we have maybe high risk but high reward lines, courses to follow. Then we have more established technologies, maybe, for example, for producing hydrogen. Nowadays, the combination of a electric power generator like solar cells or wind or anything else, plus an electrolyzer, has a higher TRL. But of course, on the other hand, there would be maybe more potential for other technologies like the artificial photosynthesis. So I think this is one question to discuss, and how to do this in the best way. And my opinion at this point is that the key driver, and we have seen this in the past, is not only to deal with cheap materials. So to be cheap, this is something which needs development. We have seen this in the PV. I think this is a very good example where we have seen that costs came down by more than 2 orders of magnitude. And not the cheapest material only made it, rather the very efficient materials and the very efficient technologies finally are appearing to make it. For example, not only the thin film technology was successful, rather the crystalline material, the crystalline silicon, for example. And sometimes one has to drive the market also, and it follows different rules and ways how maybe scientists would evaluate or estimate it. So the question is, where is the research now and where is the industry now? And how could we do this split in the best way? It's very clear from my point of view that many elements of research which are very important and very good for the photoelectrochemical way for the artificial leaves would be also very good for applications in other ranges. Just to underline this, for example, catalyst development. This is very important for, on the one hand, the dark electrolysis and also for photoelectrochemistry. Or optoelectronics tandems are very good for photovoltaics, in particular also concentrator photovoltaics. And all who are developing photovoltaics right now are desperately trying to find good tandems for future developments. Or for example, the solid-liquid interface is very important also for batteries. So there's many generic elements of research which are real breakthrough technologies. So just to bring this into the discussion, how to decide which technologies should we choose, where should we go, and in particular, if we are dealing with technologies which we are under high pressure of development.
Thank you.
We think in our approach, we are following several technologies. One basic technology, the artificial leaf, but surrounded by several technologies which are really worth to follow in a larger, complex interaction of teams, countries, research, everything.
Your proof of concept with the 3,5 compound, which lead to 19% efficiency with for hydrogen. Do you have now any requests from the industry that they want to develop your system, or this stay thinking that is fundamental and so on?
Yes, like we have seen this also in the former presentations. For example, in the last one, there is always some difficult situation for any kind of development after the feasibility study made by the proof of concept, then the development further, and then trying to bring this into the market. If you define different phases of development, then this might be the third phase. Before it's really going into the market, you need to do a demonstrator. And that's what we are right now starting to do. Very fresh, very new. So right now we have a large project surrounded by industrial partners, and they really want to follow this way. Since that's what I'm saying, it's surrounded by different important technologies. The growth of the devices, there is new development necessary if you want to do this on a large scale, on large areas. It's normally epitaxy is something where you have load in, load out technologies, high processing costs. This must need to get into an inline process. Secondly, the whole architecture of the device, how to bring this into the harsh environment, of course. So the module development, the machinery development, then the catalyst improvement make this less precious and costly. And yes, there is quite much industry. There's several partners in this project, and even several partners more, which are very interested, either in the gas handling, or in the catalyst development, or in the machinery development, or in the, like Arts for Space, for example, a growing company dealing with multi-junction solar cells for space, but also terrestrially, and this would also be something which would be great. This is very exciting technology for the future, for the whole market of electronic, optoelectronic, and so on.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know if Sepai heard us because we don't see him. Sepai?
Yeah, and I want to thank you again, just to say this last but not least, thank you so much, and I'm very impressed always, and I'm very glad to be able to contribute, and just saying thank you, and sorry that I leave, otherwise I won't catch my train.
Don't forget, we will also discuss a little bit this workshop after some time, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So Sepai, he don't answer. He could be maybe.
Yeah, I'm here.
Ah, very good, very good. So I want you to, because your talk is just fresh, the last one, and I want you to, if you can tell us a little bit about, are you now going to the industry with this methanol, with this business plan, what you have now, and also about electrochemical CO2 reduction to ethylene glycol. That's one thing. And is the project what you have in common with Morocco, or is something else?
Yeah, we have here several projects running in parallel. Particularly this electrochemical reduction of CO2 to ethylene is an EU project. It runs with several partners from across whole Europe. And of course, each partner has its own part in it. Some of them are working on the electrochemical reduction of CO2. Others are working on the electrochemical hydrogen peroxide synthesis. Also, others are working in the design of electrochemical cell on larger scale, because this is also not that trivial. Other partners are dealing with the membrane design. And we are here at IGB responsible for the conversion of ethylene to epoxide and ethylene glycol. So this is to briefly outline how does such an EU project look like. Okay. For other projects, some of them are publicly funded, the others are direct cooperations, like the one with Morocco for the green ammonia synthesis. And to address the question about how to bring this into industrial operation or closer to industrial operation, there are, of course, several steps. In our labs, we are, as I have shown, we are moving between TRL 3 and 5, and that is still relatively far away from what the industry can apply. And we have to look first for industrial partners who are interested in deploying such kind of a technology. This is the very first step, and then to come to a discussion and define how to go on further. And there are several opportunities, either to do a direct cooperation with the industry, or to look for public funding, like, for example, an EU project. If we choose direct cooperation, this is certainly the fastest one and the most secure, because then we do not depend on a long procedure that we need to write a project application and wait until it goes through, and if it goes through or not, because that is also a very important factor. So if we think about direct cooperation, then it is pretty simple, because then we just have to make a cooperation agreement, and from there on it goes pretty straightforward, making a plan how to tackle the issues that we have in the way of upscaling, and even to bring in new partners, for example, electrolyzer manufacturers or reactor manufacturers and so on. And that's how such a bigger consortium is established. And then when this is established, then the pilot or demonstrator build-up can start. So this is the usual pathway of how to do it. And about the publicly funded project, it is so that we have to find the partners, most likely from all across Europe, and we have to find the good balance between academic partners, applied research institute partners, and industrial partners. And then it kicks off with a writing of a proposal, which has to be, of course, a very excellent proposal in order to have some chances. And then it is submitted, and after about half a year, we have the decision from the EU Commission.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, I would like to ask our Moroccan partners, Professor Denoun,
yes,
Dr. Samir, Professor Hisham, and Leon, also you can stay with us and give us your experience. There is one question which consists of capitalizing on the result of scientific research and developing also niche for scientific research in our country, in Morocco, and in developing country in general. Can everyone give his thought about this? Because this concerns us very much. So who want to start? Yes.
I can speak?
Yes, sure.
In Morocco, in this technology, hydrogen technology, we have many opportunity for younger. For example, hydrogen installation of storage hydrogen in outer route is very
highway, yes.
It's a very good opportunity for desalination, because renewable energy is very intermittent. With hydrogen, with fuel cell, with hydrogen, it is possible to reduce opportunity when agriculture can be pumping, irrigate in the night, because in the night not have evaporation. Donc, it's very interesting for agriculture. For industrial, for example, have three groups in 124. If the industrial like to have system multi-source renewable energy, problem is intermittency. If we introduce fuel cell, the industrial can be working for three groups in this 24. That is very interesting for industrial. And also Morocco imports 2 million tons of ammonia. Is the big factor for money for UCP and Morocco. It is necessary to develop engineer in synthesis of ammonia, reduce importation for Morocco. That also is the good opportunity for university and industrial. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is very important point, ammoniac, and I think it's one of the milestone of IRESEN, I guess, is the development of ammoniac using hydrogen, green hydrogen and nitrogen. The way how to do this, of course, has to be discussed in the industry.
I discussed with Badr Ikan in one project, one deposit, one project with the University and UMC's pay and the Foundation OCP. In this project, we can develop mobile unit with multi-sources with fuel cell in order to develop water. Morocco now live very good problem of water. It's possible to develop water in one basin hydric. Bhera is between Al-Masira and Gentour. Donc, it is possible to develop many installations in order to produce water. Et the water is c'est de l'or, c'est en quelque sorte. Pour l'instant, donc voilà, les gens ils vivent une situation vraiment catastrophique dans les régions du Maroc et en particulier Hamna. Donc, it is possible to.
Okay. Water is very important, and we have to take it as a priority. Thank you very much. I will give now the floor to Samir and Hisham together to discuss with us IRESEN and University Mohammed VI. They have a lot of resources, and they have also a lot of willing to do things. And if I saw what CEO Badr Ikan have done from 2011 until now, it's a huge. And I want to know how you can boost this business, power to X in Morocco. And there are different things we have seen today. Can you tell us a little bit, Samir, you have already shown a lot of things, and we have also seen from Hisham the fuel cell, and obviously he's expert in this, and we can count on him. So can you tell us a little bit, how do you see the future of research and development until to go to scale up and the industry? How can you?
Yeah, thank you very much for this kind question, Professor Nawi. And the challenge is to make it in 2 or 3 minutes, because I've been told by the organizing committee that we are 30 minutes ahead beyond schedule. But yeah, of course, I think to be really short and concise, we have seen many promising things. And as you said, IRESEN, together with its partners and also Moroccan universities, has helped also create some momentum in the university in terms of renewable energy and technologies and this application. And now the challenge is to go a little bit further with this new revolution in terms of hydrogen, green hydrogen and green molecules. And I think, as you said, Professor Nawi and all the colleagues, we have the necessary ingredients. And also the vision now, also with our ministry, things are really clear among the commission, National Commission on Power on Green Hydrogen. So I think we have all the ingredients. Industry is ready, government is ready, and also research and universities are ready. So as the French says, I think y'a plus qu'à. I think everything is ready to do very outstanding things. And I would like to conclude with this. Thank you very much, Professor Nawi, for your challenge.
In my case also, I think we have really a great opportunity in Morocco really to go ahead. I think, as usual, 2 things has to be said as quick as possible. The policy, it has to be stated to really build on it. And with that, I think we can go further in research and development. on local, let's say, valorization of what we have in materials, in terms also of technology. And also we can count on our partners also to not redo the wheel. We have already things which are already built. We have ready to build on them. And we have, let's say, the infrastructure. We are building our infrastructure. That means we can go for new things. I think we are more flexible than other countries in Europe because we are building the country and we are developing. That means we can go from now on a new, let's say, technology and then go ahead in that sense. And then I think we have to form the next people for that.
Thank you very much. With that,
Ahmed,
I think we have to close because now
Ahmed, one question.
Yes.
Yes, I want address of Ben Youssef. It is possible to have your address. It is.
We will do it. We will do it behind the scene. We will do it.
Yes, I don't.
We will do it. Thank you very much. With that, I would like to thank the organizers, IRESEN, University Mohammed VI, and especially from my side, Badr Iken. I know him. He did a lot, and we see these 3 days. I want to thank the organizer again and all people behind the scene. I know that they have worked very hard the whole time. And the last word is God bless Morocco. So I give the floor to the organizers.
Thank you, Professor Ahmed Nawi, and all the speakers and the participants for this very fruitful session. Before ending this very insightful World Power2X Summit, let me give the floor to our host, Mr. Badr Iken, for a rewind of these last tremendous 3 days of discussions and interactions. Mr. Iken, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Selma. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends and colleagues, on behalf of the organizer committee of the World Power2X Summit, I am delighted to have hosted you during this amazing summit, which covered a promising topic with many passionate and inspiring speakers. We were able to attract more than 5,000 participants from 60 countries, and we had the participation of decision makers, regulators, industries, technology and service providers, project developers, as well as researchers and students. Today, we must unfortunately leave, but we are glad for having set up a crossroad for you, a crossroad for all the green hydrogen community, for sharing our visions, strategies, first experiences, and challenges to make our world cleaner through a new era of green hydrogen economy. We don't have the time to repeat all the important messages and statements from our 12 sessions, but allow me please to take only 3 key messages. The first one, green hydrogen will clearly help to decarbonize the European and the African economies, and it represents a real social economic opportunity to have a better distribution of wealth and more prosperity through the development of the energy sectors as well as transformation industries and all the other important infrastructures. Secondly, we need more international and regional cooperation. We have to develop new kind of energy partnerships, and it must be oriented to the most essential factor of resilience, human capital, through more investment in training, capacity building, R&D, and innovation, and pilot projects. Thirdly, thanks to the vision and leadership of His Majesty the King, Morocco is ready to face the challenge.
I have also to take the opportunity to thank, namely, all our supporters and partners, starting by our Minister, His Excellency Mr. Aziz Rabbah, as well as all the ministers, state secretaries, and distinguished chairmen, panelists from Morocco and from all over the world, with special thanks to Germany and our German partners. I would also like to thank the Ministry of Energy, Mines and Environment, the Mohammed VI Polytechnic University, OCP, and all the other strategic partners, beginning by CGEM, the Moroccan Confederation for Enterprises, the Moroccan Energy Federation, as well as IRENA, DII, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung for the important support, the German Chamber of Industry and Trade in Morocco, and the German-Moroccan Energy Partnership coordinated by GIZ. Of course, I have also to thank our sponsors, ENGIE, John Cockrell, Enel Green Power, GIZ, the Regional Center for Investment, Gelmim Wednoun, the H2U, the Hydrogen Utility, CWP, EDF, and our media partners, les Inspirations Eco, EcoActu, Le Vert, Énergie Environnement, und der Afrika Verein. I have also to pay tribute to all my colleagues, with a special thanks to Dr. Samir Rashidi and his team, Mr. Ayoub Hertz, Mrs. Nuhaila Nabil, Mr. Usama Baisi, Mrs. Ilham Uria, for the amazing organization. I have also to pay tribute to Mr. Muhsin Ben Mezian and Umayma Al-Faris for the perfect event management, to Mrs. Selma Tezi and her team, Mrs. Jihan Hussein, Mr. Rashid Taiq, and all the other colleagues behind the scene. From IRESEN, Mrs. Duri, Mrs. Fikri, among other colleagues from IRESEN and Green Energy Park, who clearly contributed to the success of our event, the success of these events. Last but not least, I have to thank Faisal Tedlawi and his stage team, Hatim Ben Jelloun from the consulting firm PAS and his team, and our guest moderators, Ayman Sharqawi from the Mohammed VI Foundation for Environmental Protection, Professor Ralph Verspon from the Fraunhofer Society, and my colleague Selma Tezi from IRESEN. To finish my intervention, I would like to officially invite you to the next World Power-to-X Summit to Marrakesh, the 1st to the 3rd of December 2021. We all would be glad to welcome you in our wonderful country, to share knowledge and to continue shaping the future of our world, of our cleaner world. Wishing you all the best. Stay safe and see you next year. Bye-bye.